Remember,
Recording in progress.
members, today we are to deal with the budget and EPP of PPSA and information. We have received an apology from and Honorable Breitenbach, who have apologized for the purposes of this meeting. We have received an apology from Mr. Suarez, who's part of the meeting, but we also have received an apology from the minister who is attending to cabinet. Deputy Minister, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chairperson, my apologies for coming in at this time. I was just doing, I suppose, a bit of a sound check. I'm hearing you, but the link, the connection doesn't seem to be very good, and I'm just trying to ascertain whether on which side of the connection the challenge lies. Maybe if other members could indicate as well. My apologies for that interruption.
It seems we've lost the chair. I had the same problem my side,
Yeah.
struggling to hear.
I'm
No,
back.
I suppose that is a case of res ipse loquitur.
Yes.
I'm back, members. Am I audible now?
Yes, you asked, Chair, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling slightly better?
Slightly better, but I'm still down, Mr. Suarez, but we're going to soldier on.
Well done. Commendable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suarez. So I was saying we have received an apology from Honorable Dana, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Suarez, who is in the meeting but indicated an early departure. The minister is attending to cabinet today. So those are the apologies that we would have received. Committee Secretary, any other apologies on your side?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, there's an apology from Ms. Carol Mafahane. She's also not joining us today.
Ms. Carol also is not joining us today. Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. Members will recall that I would have indicated yesterday that the House calls upon us to submit a report on OCJ. So I request that we quickly attend to the report on OCJ, then we proceed with the APP and budget, so that we send the report to the House whilst we are still proceeding with the meeting. Committee Secretary, can you, DM and Public Protector, we are still going to attend to just a smallanyana internal issue of a report on budget of the OCJ, then we'll take the PPSA immediately after that. Can you hold on a bit? Members, there is the report.
It's noted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, can you scroll up? This is the background of OCJ that we always deal with on the establishment and stuff.
Chair, that's the end of the report.
Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. Members will recall that the report was shared with members yesterday. After it got completed, it reflects what would have been presented to the committee and what would have been our own submissions in terms of how we see the report and all matters of importance. Are there any issues, members, you think that do not reflect in the report? Honorable Mhlala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. I think during our meeting with the OCJ, and then we raised several concerns about the about the APP, the strategic plans, and also the budget as well. I therefore recommend the following additions, Chairperson. One is on the fund and turnaround plan for Master's Office. I did not see it appearing there. That we must make sure that we turn around urgently the Master's Office. We develop a costed turnaround plan for the Master's Office with full provincial breakdowns, the ICT migration strategy and service benchmark. If possible, Chairperson, I think we need to reallocate or top up the budget with some funds, Chairperson, maybe close to 100 million if possible for critical upgrades in record management, infrastructure and case tracking system across the Master's Office in the country. It is not in Durban only where we saw whatever we saw, but I think in some other offices also, they need to improve their ICTs. And another issue, Chairperson, that I want to raise is the issue of reserved judgment and budget for reporting infrastructure as well. I recommend that the OCJ is mandated to, the OCJ is mandated to publish quarterly reports on all reserved judgment. This is my recommendation across courts, especially the labor courts and labor appeal courts, including resource allocation to develop a reporting system, and consequences must be taken for judges that take forever to deal with these cases. All reserved labor court and appeal courts reserved judgment must be released before the end of August 2025. There is a report that is being released, Chairperson. That report is not the true reflection of what the reserved judgments in terms of labor court and labor appeal courts. So can that be done as soon as possible? If possible, let's allocate money to the OCJ for database development, compliance tracking, and dedicated judicial reporting capacity to monitor reserved judgments and delay. Because these reserved judgments, Chairperson, they are not just done because they couldn't release the judgment. Some is because of corruption. There are people that are being protected there. That's why they don't want to release this judgment, because companies or whatever, they had to pay certain amount, or they are being found in kahle baba ama companies awekho endleleni correct, Chairperson. Hence, they don't want to release this judgment. They end up oppressing the poorest masses of the people who must get justice if these reserved judgments are released or they are not delayed. Lastly, Chairperson, is about the state attorneys. My recommendation is that the department revises its plan to prioritize a turnaround of dysfunctional state attorney offices with urgent short-term intervention for Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. If possible, let be money that is ring-fenced to fund interim staffing, infrastructure repairs, and digitization support for state attorneys branches during the 2025-2026 financial year. I did not see all those recommendations, Chairperson, hence I'm requesting for addition, unless if it's a mistake on my side. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlala. Both the state attorney and the turnaround strategy and the master's office are going to reflect in the budget vote of the Department of Justice, which is vote 25. This one is vote 27, which is OCJ. You'll also recall, Honorable Mhlala, that we have a standing item, in particular when it relates to the turnaround times. Turnaround strategy. Sorry, turnaround strategy of the master's office and the state attorney. So those are going to be reflected on the budget vote of the Department of Justice when we deal with it, the report. So we can just reserve those aside until that time. The issue of the reserve judgments, I think I want to suggest members that let's take it as a homework. What Honorable Mhlala is saying, you'll remember that we have a meeting with the judiciary on matters of mutual interest. You'll recall that besides the labor court and stuff, what Honorable Mhlala is saying, there is a judgment that was delivered after 12 years, which becomes a matter of concern to us, and we think that it erodes and derails the access to justice. So can we also, Honorable Mhlala, kindly also park that in for the meeting with the judiciary, because you'll have these ones of the OCJ as a department complaining that they don't have authority over judicial decisions. So can we take these three matters on Mhlala, park them as our homework for the budget vote of the department, and for the meeting with the judiciary? The Chief Justice is going to lead constitutional court judges and heads of court in a meeting between ourselves as the committee and the judiciary, so that we're able to raise these things, boss. It is indeed, we agree that they are a matter of concern. If you can have judgments reserved for a very long time. Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlala. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, the DM, all members and guests on the call. No, Chair, maybe with the remarks that you have made, I would have wanted to move for the adoption of the report as a true reflection of the work that went into the OCJ. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one or two things, Chair. The first one is that we raised a concern about the ratio of 1:3 judges, the current ratio of the staff complement that is designed for judges. So I haven't seen it here. I don't know. Maybe it's me who has not seen it. But we said that considering the amount of work that is done by judges, the ratio of 1, because remember when we're doing oversight in Durban, we were told by the SG of the OCJ that 3 judges are sharing 1 researcher. And we said that is not ideal. And it cripples efficiency in the work that is done by judges. That is the first one. Then the second and last is the one of decentralizing the local divisions into districts. I usually make an example with KZN to say there's only, in fact, there are only two local divisions, if my memory serves me well. You find one in Durban, you find one in Port Shepstone, and you find one, you find the provincial division in Pietermaritzburg. So it means people of Wavuma, who are next to the borders, next to Swaziland, then for them to have access to the high courts, it's a very difficult exercise. So we did make a recommendation to that effect, to say an ideal justice system is a system wherein the local divisions would at least be found in regions for easy access to court by the members of the public. Those are the two recommendations which I think the report
Yes,
has
Honorable
submitted.
Father. I even made an example of a person from Alwal North who must go to Grahamstown. I still remember that argument as well. We also will recall that the minister did actually commit on the staffing of the private office of the Chief Justice and the judges. I think Committee Secretary,
Yes, Chair.
I think what we can add is that let there be an increase on the staff complement of judges for them to perform their work diligently, and the issue of to expand access to the High Court.
Noted, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Swart.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Yes, Chair, I support the concerns of the Honourable Mashlala about the State Attorney and the Masters, and I appreciate that will be dealt with in a separate report when we deal with the department. I also appreciate the concerns about the reserved judgments and agree that this is an issue we should discuss when we meet with the judiciary. I am a bit concerned about allegations of corruptions against the judiciary that, as we know, in terms of Rule 88, we may not reflect on judges unless with a substantive motion. So I just caution us as members to make that type of statement. Let's discuss this with the judiciary or bring a substantive motion in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson. I would also like to second the acceptance of the report, given the fact that it's been debated next Tuesday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swart. Honorable Zotetsi.
Thank you very much. A lot has been said. I wanted also to second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zotetsi. Members, the report has been agreed to with the amendments that would have been added by the meeting. Thank you very much, members, for that input to enrich this report. It will be sent to the House for the debate in the House Tuesday. Committee Secretary, is it Tuesday next week?
Yes, Chairperson, it's Tuesday at 4:30.
Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. So members will be debating it Tuesday in the House. And I hope that we'll also raise these matters that we're raising for the attention of the House as well, so that we're able to help the OCJ to be on the upward trajectory. Thank you very much, members. Can we now take the Public Protector? PP.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members. We are here as the Public Protector.
Who is talking?
Are you able to hear us, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members.
We have a new public protector now. Sorry.
Chairperson, you can't hear my voice.
Okay, no, the name is different from the person who's speaking on the screen.
Oh, that's our central connection point.
Okay. We can't hear you. I mean, we can't see you. We can hear
My
Pilani.
video is on, Chairperson.
Can hear Pilani Mkhize speaking, and we thought that maybe we're asleep. Then there is a new public protector appointed.
Not at all, Chairperson. My video is on, and I hope members can see me.
Yes, we can see you now. Can proceed, PP. You'll proceed until 10.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will just do short opening remarks and thereafter hand over to the CEO to proceed on the presentation. I have with me, Chairperson and honorable members, the CEO, the COO, the CFO, and executives for Public Protector South Africa. We thank you very much for this opportunity for us as the Public Protector South Africa to be able to present our strategic planning for the next 5 years, our annual performance plan, as well as our budget. And we regard this as really an opportunity, not only to present to the portfolio committee, but also to bring the people of South Africa into confidence on what we will be embarking on for the next 5 years. Chairperson, this really presents us with an opportunity to revisit our vision as the Public Protector South Africa, considering the material conditions in our country as presented in the Sustainable Development Report 2024, where it clearly states that poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our country has deepened. But also the IMF report, as well as the World Bank report, which shows that we are a bit slow as a country in addressing governance deficiencies, and as a result, leaving corruption unattended. In response hereto, not only do we look into our mandate as per the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, but as we are in the year where Public Protector South Africa celebrates 30 years of its establishment, we really remind ourselves of the words of the first president of our democracy, the late Nelson Mandela, when he stated, I quote, "The public protector is not only a critical instrument of good governance, it also occupies a central place in the transformation of the public service by, amongst other things, rooting out the arrogance, secrecy, and corruption so rampant during the apartheid years," I unquote. I want to say, Chairperson, these remarks remain relevant even during this hard-earned democracy, during this time in our country, as we clearly see in the type of investigations that the public protector receives. The case into the Lesotho Stadium in Enoch and Gijima is a classical case, and what this requires is the public protector to really ensure that it is fit for purpose. And in so doing, as demonstrated in this investigation and the remedial actions taken, is that we are really looking at employing a systemic approach in the eradication of corruption, considering the kind of remedial actions that we are taking. In outlining the vision, which really sets out the strategic planning of the public protector, we have really looked at it is important that we digitalize the institution, but also looking into the material conditions that a large number of our society still remains without resources. Our learning as an institution, as we are rebuilding, it is important that we look into our learning, development of our staff and upskilling, but most importantly, ensure that all of this is central around a strategic human resources. How do we ensure this, Chairperson? We have put in place new deliverables, and these new deliverables, amongst other, remind us of what really is the public protector from establishment. We have put in a deliverable around mediations, ensuring that from the onset, we are able to identify mediation of cases. This is to ensure speedy resolution of cases, but also, Chairperson, we want to respond to the cry of South Africans and also thank them for having been patient with us. But we felt that it is important that we are centered around customer service and include that as a deliverable, because it is part of the aspects that we have been struggling with, but also to develop systems that will ensure that we respond in a manner in which is in line with our constitution. And furtherance there to Chairperson, the impact of the public protector lies in the implementation of its remedial actions. And as a result, we've also added a deliverable on the remedial actions to ensure that we become more impactful. But surrounding this, Chairperson, we have rethought our organizational design. We are still busy with this process as it is quite intricate, but not only the organizational design around the organogram, but also the structure of the public protector in our communities, taking guidance from the previous parliament, but also the current committee, which has come out very clearly around the issues of access in ensuring that we are able to deliver our mandate. We are currently establishing satellite offices in several districts in our country, meaning that we are reassessing the regions in which the public protector has presence to ensure that we are closer to the people and we are more accessible as an institution. But Chairperson, in doing so, we need to ensure that we are central in Ubuntu human rights within our investigations, and therefore, hence the outlook of our vision and also how our strategic planning looks. But we also want to acknowledge that considering the low baseline of the public protector, the Minister of Finance has allocated additional funds to the public protector. We will actually not be complainants in this regard, but we want to note that even though in the next 3 years we will be having the addition of over 70 million rands, this comes in to a very low base within the public protector. However, we have structured our strategic plan and our budget in such a manner that we will be able to efficiently and effectively deliver on our service with the available funds having been provided, also considering the economic conditions in our country. And in doing so, leveraging on digitalization, we have included the callback system, the self-service portal, which will have the speaking books, accommodate the diversity of our country, but also the satellite offices, which serves as a central base of our accessibility. As you would note, Chairperson, we have opened an office in Kwamhlanga in April. We also had some offices in the Western Cape, an office in Alberton, in Gauteng, where really we are striving to show how we want to become more accessible. The current funds which have been allocated to us, which also flow from last year and over to next year, are also taking part in ensuring that we are able to redefine our organization to be the organization really which was outlined by the former and late President Nelson Mandela in 1996, ensuring that we take that forward for the next 30 years. I would then, Chairperson, like to at this stage hand over to the CEO to then proceed with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. If you allow, Chairperson, may I take you through the annual performance, the strategic plan for the public protector for the 2025-2030 planning period, as well as the annual performance plan for 2025-2026. The purpose then is to present this plan to the portfolio committee for consideration, because as a requirement we need to present so that our plans should be considered by the portfolio committee. Just to remind the members then of our mandate public protector, our mandate from the from section 8 what a constitution provides for the establishment of the public protector to constitutional democracy and the constitution and
CEO.
As regulated by the national. Yes, yes.
You are
Chair?
cutting. You are cutting. Can you switch off the video?
Okay. Okay, let me switch off the video. Okay, let's try again. Maybe if the video is off, it will be better. Am I audible enough, Chairperson?
Yes, you are better now.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. As I was saying, Section 182 of the Public Protector of the Constitution then gives the powers and prescribes the functions of the Public Protector, which is to investigate any conduct in state affairs, public administration of government, which is alleged or suspected to be improper, result in improprieties, and report on that content to take appropriate remedial action. Then on the other hand, we have Protector Act, which gives additional public protector, investigate complaints of undue delays in the delivery of public services, unfair, capricious and discourteous behavior, abuse of power and state resources, dishonesty, improper dealings in respect of public money, and improper enrichment. Over and above this, we also have other mandate areas stated for in different legislation. First, as I mentioned, the Public Protector Act gives us a mandate to investigate maladministration and abuse of power, unlawful enrichment, and any form of prejudice. On the other hand, we have the Anti-Corruption Mandate as provided for in the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, commonly known as PRECA. We are also the sole institution that can investigate matters in terms of the Executive Members Ethics Code, in line with the Executive Members Act. We also have a responsibility to protect whistleblowers, a mandate that we derive from the Protected Disclosures Act. We also have a mandate in terms of the National Environmental Management Act to record and refer any proceedings relating to compliance with environmental laws. So over and above this, we also have other secondary mandates that gives me additional days to the Public Protector, Electoral Commission Act of 1996, the National Archives and Record Service Act, now 1996, the National Nuclear Regulation of 1999, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination of 2000, the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, the Lotteries Act 1997, as well as the Special Investigations Unit and Special Tribunals Act of 1996. So over and above the legislation that we have, we also have policy mandates derived from various policies nationally, internationally, and continentally. The first one being the National Development Plan and Vision 2030 of the pillar that talks to promoting accountability and fighting corruption, seeks to implement a national and anti-corruption strategy with delegated powers to government. So in line with this vision, institutions like the Public Protector and the Special Investigations Unit need to be adequately funded and staffed and free from external interference. Secondly, we have the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, and a key component of this strategy and its effective functioning to strengthen South Africa's democracy and institutional capacity to fight corruption without political interference. So the investigative capacity of the PPSA to combat and prevent corruption in the sector must be enhanced to respond to this task. Policy mandate, the union agenda, the key aspiration of this Agenda 2063 in Africa of governance democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. This has been measured against goal 11, the universal principle, right, justice, and the rule of law. And then this therefore requires the PPSA to strengthen investigative role in maladministration, maladministration and abuse power by state institutions. Chairperson, am I still audible?
You are a bit cutting, CEO. You cut, then you are fine. You cut, then you are fine. Proceed.
Where did you lose me, Chairperson?
No, you can proceed
So
where you.
that I can repeat. Okay,
No, you
we
can
proceed then
with
with
this
the
slide.
issue.
You can proceed with this slide.
Okay, the as I was saying, the key aspiration of the agenda 63 is an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. And this aspiration then is measured against goal 11, which talks to values, practices, universal principles of human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Then this then requires the public protector to strengthen its investigative role in maladministration, abuse, and abuse of power by state institutions. Then lastly, we have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which emphasizes the need for independent bodies, including ombudsmen and anti-corruption bodies, to effectively carry out their functions and be free from undue influence. This linked directly then with the mandate of the PPSA to investigate corruption and maladministration as part of the anti-corruption arsenal of the state and to support the purpose of A. We then also have the which talks to the resolution which focuses on the role of ombudsmen and mediator institutions in the protection of human governance and the rule of law, which sets out specific responsibilities for institutions such as the public protector to identify and address systems in the public administration and to free and a complaint mechanism. This directly with we do as the public protector. We likely have the Sustainable Development Goals, which is also an international policy mandate. And Goal 16 of the SDG talks to justice, strong institutions, includes the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies, vision of access to justice, establishment of effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions for all. This again aligns with the PPSA mandate and remedial powers to reform administrative and governance systemic failures to reduce corruption in all forms and support development of effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. And Chairperson, if I may pose that, we decided to consider all these policy mandates because they have a direct impact work that we do as the public protector. So having considered the policies that inform our work and everything, then as we plan ahead, we have invested in our mission. It still serves the purpose of realize that to be more institutions. So with our mission that promotes good governance and the affairs. So of no more, but it's to influence good governance in
CEO.
And then from yes, sir.
We are back in cutting again.
Chairperson?
We are back cutting again.
We connected on two words just to be safe. Fusion bonus ones. Will transport through one protested.
You are also cutting.
Stable earlier on.
PP. PP. PP.
We are trying person in which we have understand.
You are also cutting PP.
We are trying another connection. We are.
It's fine now, but there's a.
Is it fine now?
Yes, it's fine in terms of cutting, but there's a background that says this. When you say is it fine now? Something on your back says, is it fine now after you? So maybe you have connected many gadgets in one space.
Yes,
Mute. TV now.
Okay.
Switch that off and switch off.
Okay, Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, except the fact that there is something that there's an echo.
Okay, Chairperson, can you hear us? Seems as if the echo.
That's perfect.
It's better. Okay, we apologize for that.
The echo is back, but proceed to see what happens.
Okay. Okay, Chairperson, I think we sorted now.
That's perfectly fine.
Should be sorted. Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and we apologize for that. As I was saying, we revised our vision. I think the connection is gone, so we're gonna try to project from PP's laptop now, the presentation, so that the members are able to follow. Seems as if we need the host to enable PP to project the document, Chairperson, if we may.
Okay.
We can make the PP the host.
Committee Secretary.
Okay, PP or co-host.
Committee Secretary.
Chairperson, I've done that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. We are back. We were on slide 9, talking to the vision and the mission, the Center of Excellence that promotes good governance and ethics in state affairs. Can we hear us?
Yes, you are fine. You're fine, CEO. CEO? CEO? CEO?
Tell me, what's the problem with speaking for my laptop? It's giving you feedback.
Chairperson, I'm back.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we sincerely apologize for that. As I was saying, our mission is to enhance good governance and ethics in state affairs and improve service delivery for all persons and communities
You
through.
can skip CEO, the mission and vision. You can skip them.
Okay, I can scoop. And then the values of professionalism, ethics, excellence, empowerment, Ubuntu. Okay, then I will then go straight to the concepts that we took into account. I'll skip that because it's the normal ones that inform our work. And then we go straight to the outcomes that we have planned for the 2030 financial year as an institution. The first one then is improved institutional efficiency and effectiveness. Chairperson, can you hear me?
If we cut again.
Yes, we can hear you.
The first one is improved institutional efficiency and effectiveness. The second one is protection of the public against conduct failure and maladministration. The third out is enhanced accessibility of PPSA services to all stakeholders. And then the last one is improved culture of good governance and ethics in public administration. And then we had to, in terms of the new template from DPME as directed by DPME, you have to demonstrate how our targets that we have set supports the medium-term development plan. And then we had to identify the specific outcomes we're contributing to. So the first outcome that we identified is improved service delivery at local government, and the indicator thereof is strengthen the ability of national and local government to intervene in municipalities which fail to meet the minimum standards. And the other indicator is bring stability to governance in metros and restore service delivery of services. As our contribution towards that, as the public protector, is to investigate service delivery failures against municipalities and take remedial action to address the identified weaknesses. The other outcome that we identified is a capable and professional public service, and the indicator is the strengthening of the public procurement system in the Public Procurement Act for efficiencies, effectiveness, and to stimulate demand. And our contribution is to engage with the executive on systemic weaknesses impacting on good governance. Every time after issuing reports, then we will engage the executive to bring the findings and the remedial action to their attention so that corrective action can be taken. The third outcome is safer communities and increased business confidence, with an indicator that says strengthen whistleblower protection through stronger legislation and implementation. So as the institution that starts with the responsibility to also investigate in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, we will investigate corruption and maladministration, and again engage the executive to implement remedial action. But we'll also use our powers as the public protector to hold organs of state accountable and protect whistleblowers in that aspect. So then, having stated our outcomes for the year, I'm going to take you through the specific targets that we have planned for the next 5 years that are linked to the outcomes that I just presented. The first one on improved institutional efficiencies and effectiveness. Our outcome indicator is effective corporate governance compliance. This is internally looking. So we move from the baseline of 3 unqualified audit opinions, and we intend to receive all 5 unqualified audit opinions with no material findings throughout the 5 years. Then the next indicator is the integrated ICT system. We move from 1 ICT ERP system module, and we plan over the next 5 years to develop and deploy 5 ERP modules. We want to also enhance our contact center. We want to implement a digital business intelligence tool. We will also be enhancing our case management system and integrating it with one state entity for speedy resolution of complaints. We also want to implement the self-service kiosk with audio to enable those who have difficulty reaching us to be able to still access our services using our kiosks, which will be placed across the country. And we also implement a callback service to enable those who do not have the means to have telephone calls, to do telephone calls, or to come to our offices to be able to send us a message so that we can call them back. So the specific ones per program again on improved institutional efficiency over the next 5 years. The strategic human resources, we move from the baseline of just training our staff in addition to implementing a number of policies, but we want to be deliberate now in terms of development of our staff. The first one, we want to develop our own curriculum, which is going to be PPSA specific. And we will also be establishing a PPSA Learning Academy. And then we will deploy a number of specific programs to enhance the technical abilities of our staff. We also want to enhance and strengthen the employee wellness interventions that we have. As we know, our environment is highly stressed. And we also want, as we train and develop people, we want to have a succession, retention, and talent management plan that we implement to that the people we train stay in the institution. We don't just train for other institutions. Then the other indicator is to establish a culture of knowledge application and management. This is a new indicator because we realize that we haven't been doing well in terms of managing our knowledge, and people who leave take the knowledge with them. So we are developing the e-resource hub to make sure that we can keep all the information, and as and when people leave, the information stays in the institution. On program 2 for the next 5 years, the outcome then is protection of the public against conduct, failure, and maladministration. The first indicator is effective resolution of complaints through investigations. And we move from a baseline of 6,433 cases, and we aim to finalize 10,000 cases. We might receive more, we might finalize more, but for now we believe that 10,000 cases is doable and is what we should focus on. We also, as PP indicated, have a new complaint that a new target that talks to resolution of complaints through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. And we're saying all those matters that would have been identified and categorized to be finalized through ADR, we should finalize 80% of those by the end of the 5 years. Implementation of remedial action, which is new, as PP indicated. We believe that we need to start monitoring the implementation of our remedial action robustly, because that's where we make an impact. So we included this, and we're saying at least in 5 years, 80% of our remedial action should be implemented. Then the other indicator is effective adherence to turnaround times. We move from the baseline of 86, which really was just a once-off for one specific year. So, but we plan to at least stick to the 80, which has been the average for over the 5 years. Make sure that all the matters are finalized within a turnaround time. 80% of the matters are finalized within the turnaround time. And then we have another new indicator which talks to the effective resolution of backlogs, because as you resolve 80% of the matters within the turnaround time, you always have the 20% that could not be finalized. So those are the matters then that will fall into the backlog. But we decided to put an indicator that will ensure that we properly track them to make sure that no matter falls between the cracks unnoticed. Then we also have an indicator of impactful investigations, systemic investigations. 5 years, but we intend to complete 10 over the next 5 years because we believe that's where we can make greater impact, because systemic investigations cover a variety of challenges that are experienced by a number of people at a go. So the impact will be higher than just focusing on individual investigations. On program 3, which is our other program within the core business, complaints and stakeholder management, our outcome is to enhance accessibility of PPSA services to all stakeholders. The indicator is awareness and education engagements and outreach sessions held with stakeholders. Our baseline that we start from is 1,394 public awareness sessions. Over the next 5 years, we plan to have 1,450 of these sessions. Then we also have a new indicator that talks to the interventions held for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Our statistics indicated that most of our complaints come from males. So the question is, why then are we not reaching out, or are the females and the youth and people with disabilities not reaching out to us if they need assistance? So we decided to have these interventions so that we can pick up their problems before they become a reality, such that we don't want to see students toitoing and be taken by surprise, because we should have engaged with them upfront to determine what's troubling them as far as their education is concerned and come up with interventions upfront. The last one on this slide is increase in customer service complaints resolution. In line with the PPSA service charter, as PP indicated that we'll also look internally, and we've seen an increase in the number of complaints against our service itself. So we decided to be deliberate and track this so that we are able to respond, because we cannot say we are a center of excellence yet our customers are still not happy with our service. So that's why we put this, so that we are able to check the extent to which we are able to respond to our customers. Still on program 3, the other indicator is number of good governance interventions. The baseline is 5 that we're starting from, and we want to continue with the 5, which entails the annual event on good governance that we normally have. Then we also want to have bilateral and multilateral engagements between us, ourselves as an institution, and organs of state. We moved from the baseline of 10 over the last 5 years. We want to continue with at least, over the next 5 years, we're going to do 50 of those bilaterals. That's where we meet with organs of state, sometimes also meet with the stakeholders and the community members to get to understand what the challenges are, and then we'll have the other stakeholders present so that they are able to respond to the needs of their communities. Then quickly, I'm going to take you through the annual performance plan for 2025, the targets that we've set for this specific year that we are in it now, which then talks to then again our outcome. The first one on administration being improved institutional effectiveness and efficiency. Now we're talking about the output indicators, because now this is for this year. It's not about the outcomes anymore. So our first output indicator is the number of unqualified. As I said, we intend to maintain the status of 1 unqualified audit opinion with no material finding, which is normally commonly referred to as a clean audit status. The number of ERP and ICT modules. As I said, we're going to deploy 5 ERP modules in the current financial year. We also started with testing the callback facility to ensure that it works properly. And we will be developing and deploying then the self-service kiosks with audio to enable those who are visually impaired to also listen to the audio and be able to reach out to us. The number of staff developed, we intend in the current financial year to develop and train our employees on 5 specialized training, and we've started providing training on fraud examination through the Association for Fraud Examiners. So we intend to deploy other 4 training programs as well, just to build the capacity of our staff, because we cannot to have consultants coming in because they come at a price. So we'd rather develop our own people. So we'll also be developing a business case for the establishment of the Learning Academy. So for this year, it's only the business case that will be approved, with an understanding that then the development and the curriculum will be developed at a later stage. And we've also started the process of establishing the e-resource hub. On program 2, In line with the 10,000 that we plan to resolve matters we plan to resolve over 5 years, in this specific year, we'll be resolving through investigations, 2,000 matters should be finalized through proper detailed investigation. And then for this year, because we're starting with the alternative resolution dispute process, we only aiming to do at least 50% of these matters through the ADR, and this target is going to be incremental every year until we get even our investigators trained and they're comfortable using this process, and then we will increase. That's why over 5 years, we want to achieve at least 80% of the ADR matters. Percentage implementation, we've made serious inroads in terms of improving the implementation of remedial action. And for this year, we want to move from the 39% of last year to 50%. And as we move forward, we still want to do more, but that will take a lot of engagement and educating our stakeholders to get to understand our methodology and what informs our remedial action so that they can cooperate once the reports are issued. Continue on program 2 on investigations. The output indicator is percentage finalization of cases. As I said, we stick to the 80% of matters must be finalized within turnaround times. And I must say it's difficult to target 100% in this matter. That's why we came back to 80% rather than 86%, because as we want to be the center of excellence, we're also strengthening quality assurance. Now, once you deploy total management, that takes a bit of time because you slow down the investigation because you want to focus on quality. And we want to do that because we are determined that we do not want to see an increase in litigation. What's best for us is to produce proper quality assured reports that can stand any legal scrutiny rather than rushing into finalizing matters out within the turnaround time. So that's why we stick to the 80% finalization of these matters. The systemic investigations, we plan to have 2. As I said, these are impactful, high impact investigations, and we plan to have 2 because they take longer and normally they involve a number of stakeholders. So it's not something that we can finalize within a year because it traces the system sometimes from national departments down to local government to determine the cause of the problem and to come up with proper remedial action as well. The stakeholder management program, which is the last one, as I said, the outcome is enhanced accessibility of our services in line with section 182(4) of the Constitution, which requires our services to be accessible to all persons. The indicator is the number of awareness sessions. So for this year, we plan to have 150 awareness and outreach sessions. And then the interventions on women, youth, and persons with disabilities, we plan to have 20 of these. And then the percentage complaints resolved in line with our customer services charter, looking at our own level of performance in relation to the customers and the satisfaction thereof of the customers. We plan to achieve 90% in the current financial year. Then we have an outcome of improved culture of good governance and ethics in public administration. I spoke to this. We'll have 1 annual good governance intervention and 10 bilateral engagements between ourselves as an institution and organs of state. We thought we should also share, Chairperson, on slide 20, the accessibility, because this is a requirement in terms of section 182(4) of the Constitution that we should be accessible to stakeholders. Now we're using different forms besides having the footprint in those offices, which is 1 head office, 9 provincial offices, 6 regions, and 6 satellite office and drop boxes, which are proving to be a bit challenged because they are proving to be a bit costly, because then we have to go and check what's in the drop box and to find that there's nothing in the drop box. So that's why we opt probably for satellite offices. Then we can take the services to those communities maybe once or twice every week. And we also then use these our social media platforms as outlined there, the outreach clinics that we do. We also go on radio to make sure that people understand our mandate and they know when to approach us and what are the requirements before they can approach us. Over and above that, we deemed it necessary to increase our fleet, because the fleet then enables us to go out to communities where we do not have a footprint. So we procured a number of bakkies so that by now we have 21 We have 12 buggies, and all these are vehicles that have been deployed to our provinces to support the outreach work that we need to do so that we are able to reach out to all the communities as required by law. Chairperson, I thought as well we need to reflect probably on the resources that we have to support all this work that we have and that we need to do. As we move towards being a center of excellence, there's a lot of demand that's going to be put on us as an institution because we need to do certain things differently. So this is the resources that we have. And we move from a caseload, a baseline of 6,000 per annum, give or take, because these are matters that we all receive. And every case that's reported to the public protector, somebody needs to interact with that matter. Either you assess the matter and determine whether it's something that we should investigate through a proper detailed investigation, or it's something that we should resolve through an ADR, or it's something that should be referred to another institution. So, but somebody will have to interact with that matter that we receive. And not every matter might end up as an investigation, but this is normally, it's an average of the caseload. And our organizational structure, on the other hand, provides for 567 posts. However, only 372 of these posts remain funded. And as PP indicated, with the additional budget that I'll go through right now, that we receive from Treasury, we will see how we're determining now which positions should we prioritize, because we also, on the other hand, have a skills audit that was done and the organizational study that was done some 2 years ago that required us to get additional capacity, even administrative capacity, for those people to take over some of the functions from the investigations, because they were found to be of an administrative nature and do not necessarily require a legally qualified person. So we'll be looking at all that within the budget that has been allocated by the National Treasury. But as you can see, Chairperson, most of our posts are located within the core business, which is investigations and customer care and complaints management. Briefly, our budget that has been allocated, we moved from the baseline of 359.3 million in the previous financial year. We've had an increase this year of 20 million, which increased our budget to 394.1 million in the current financial year. And we will get an increase of, I think, 25 million in the next year, and then the outer year will be 28 million increase. That's why there's an increase from the year 394 to 413 million, and then to 433.8 million in the outer year. And again, once more, as you can see, Chairperson and the members, the budget for administration is only 40%, and the 60% of our budget goes to investigations and complaints management, which is the core business of the public protector. So we try to keep the administration budget as minimal as possible so that we invest a lot of money on our core business, which is what we were established to do. Over and above the budget allocation, we were also allocated, as Chairperson and the members could remember, 48.2 million over 3 years from the Criminal Activity Recovery account, which is commonly known as CARA funds. So we allocated that. So the allocation for this year is 17.6 million. And in line with the application that we made to apply for this funding, we are using this money now for specialized training. As I say, we've sent people for fraud examination training, which is paid for from the CARA funds. We are in the process as well of finalizing now the process to appoint a panels that will help us with complex investigations, and we have a number of those complex investigations that we've already identified, and we should be able to start with the actual work in a week or so. And we also use that money to enhance our capacity to manage the knowledge. That's why we're talking about the e-resource hub, and it was part of the application that we need to have the knowledge repository so that we don't lose the knowledge when people leave the institution, but as well as most of the case law and all the other enable investigators to do their work properly. It's also captured in that, it's also stored in the e-resource. And we'll also use that to enhance the case management system. And over and above the panels that we are appointing, we're also appointing individuals just to augment the current capacity that we have to assist with investigations, because we believe we need more hands to come and help us to resolve the caseload that we have. That concludes, Chairperson, but before we conclude, we thought we should just take you through some of the issues and risks that we identified that might impact on our ability to do our work. These are just the risks, not necessarily the things that are happening, but the risks that we face as an institution. The first issue that we have, or the risk, is the political and administrative fluidity, which may result in delays in PPSA investigations. And normally this happens when there are disagreements, especially at local government level between political parties and all that, because you find that there is no stable government at that level, and that derails the project, because then people will tell you we don't have authority because there's a new administration, we're scared to take decisions. So that derails as well the implementation of remedial action. So what we aim to do to mitigate against that is to support the organs of state to develop their own internal dispute mechanisms. Even if they cannot implement the remedial action, or people cannot come to us, there should be an internal remedy. There should be an internal mechanism that people can complain to. And we started with this work a few years ago. By now, the city of Joburg has a mechanism like that. So we want to encourage all others to do that. We will support them to establish same. The legislative development process seems to be a bit of a challenge. We also have the legislation that submitted for consideration, amendments to the Public Protector Act. It's still somewhere, and that is really critical for us. It's still with justice. That is critical for us to enable us to do the things that, because we want to, part of the amendments is strengthening the powers of the public protector to deal with issues of implementation of remedial action. That's why it's, and protection of whistleblowers. That's why it's so critical for us to have the legislation processed as quickly as possible. We also risk a risk of reputational risk as a public protector. As I'm saying, whistleblowers in some instances that we do not protect them, or there is no protection for them. And we've seen what happened to other whistleblowers. And that's because of the gaps in the legal framework that exists currently. But it's, to some extent, there is a limited or misunderstanding of the whistleblower legislation by some complainants, because they don't understand the do's and the don'ts of whistleblowing. And we believe it's because there's limited public awareness on the role of whistleblowing in the fight against corruption. So then the amendments to the Public Protector Act will help us then to strengthen the protection of these whistleblowers. Our biggest risk linked to the implementation of remedial action is our failure to influence good governance. As I say, to be the center of excellence, we want to be the institution to go to when all fails in government. But unless remedial action is implemented. But the biggest challenge in some instances is a lack of cooperation from organs of state and the inconsistent commitment to the implementation of remedial action. But we'll make all efforts to strengthen relationships with all the stakeholders for better cooperation. And we continue to educate our stakeholders on the role and the benefits of collaborating with us as the public protector. And we'll also try to educate people on and raise awareness on the relevant jurisprudence when we communicate with them. Because taking the report of the public protector on judicial review doesn't necessarily automatically suspend the implementation of remedial action, for example. And that's something we need to get people to understand. The last one is our inability to achieve the planned targets. But as I'm saying, we will leverage on the budget that has the additional budget, as well as the CARA funds have been made available. But until such time our baseline is sorted, that sort of creates some level of instability, because we're not sure whether going forward we will continue to get the money that we, but for the next 3 years, we can safely say that we have the stability because we have been allocated additional budget, though not what we were looking for. It's less than what we were looking for, but we understand the economic situation in the country as well. So we will leverage on there, but we'll also to use the ADR, alternative dispute resolution, to minimize the number of investigations that take too long to finalize. So we will do it. And that concludes our presentation, Chairperson. And may I take this opportunity to thank you and the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That is the presentation of the Public Protector. We really wish to apologize for the glitch. Chairperson, this is really evidence of the struggles that we are having with our network at SETA. However, we are in a process of moving our hosting infrastructure from SETA to a private hosting service provider. We should really not only assist us in communication, but also in executing our mandate more efficiently and effectively and being more accessible to our complainants. I over to you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, TPP and the team. Deputy Minister, any issues to pick up?
Chairperson and all members of the committee, the Public Protector and her team, a very good morning. No, thank you. Just very, very briefly, I think similar to the remarks that we made in relation to the Human Rights Commission, our presence and our participation in this engagement is pursuant to Section 181(3) of the Constitution, that enjoins all organs of state through legislative and other means to support our institutions supporting constitutional democracy, commonly known as the Chapter 9 institutions, of which the Public Protector is a very important member of that family of Chapter 9 institutions. I think really just to say that we do maintain an ongoing contact with the Office of the Public Protector to discuss matters of mutual interest. Those would include the reports in which the Public Protector has made findings and prescribed remedial action in respect of the work of the department. I think notably amongst those is the very, very comprehensive and well-considered report that the Public Protector produced on gender-based violence. I think we have on previous occasions reported to the committee on our implementation of that remedial action, so I'm not going to traverse that ground again today. But secondly, the matter of reviewing the Public Protector Act is something that we are currently seized with. As members might be aware, the Public Protector Act was probably one of the very, very first pieces of legislation that Parliament and this Justice Committee in particular dealt with. I was a member of the committee at the time that we did that. And the Public Protector Act was very much formulated in terms of the then interim constitution before the adoption of the final constitution. So it's very clear that a lot of water has passed under the bridge since the adoption of that act. And I think it is in serious need of review and updating. The Public Protector has submitted a very comprehensive set of proposals. I think that proposal was made about 2 years ago. We have since taking office and being entrusted with the responsibility of engagement with the Public Protector, had a very fruitful engagement, and the department is busy processing those proposals, and we will in due course also report back to the committee in that regard. Secondly, I think we are very heartened by the fact that the Public Protector has been able to engage National Treasury with regard to the issue of resources, and that whilst we all would always wish for more resources, I think the Public Protector has also indicated that they are satisfactorily resourced at the moment. I think we would want to conclude by really commending the Public Protector and her office for the ongoing work that they do in very rigorously, meticulously giving effect to the Constitution and the Public Protector Act. And I think what is particularly heartening are the tremendous efforts to ensure that over and above the high-profile cases that tend to get the lion's share of public attention and media coverage, the work of the Public Protector in many cases, arguably the overwhelming number of cases that are dealt with by the Public Protector, are not those cases that involve high-profile, contentious matters, but they are the matters that affect every single citizen, and especially the poorest of the poor in our country. And I think in that regard, some of the proposals made by the Office of the Public Protector to expand their reach through, amongst others, making use of the infrastructure of periodic and circuit courts to, from time to time, visit is most welcome. We have in our engagement with the Public Protector also suggested that the Public Protector consider a firmer partnership with the network of community advice officers that are also being supported by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, further to expand their reach and promote access to justice. Chairperson, I think very lastly, in conclusion, no doubt the committee is aware that the question of the Deputy Public Protector is outstanding, and we would join yourselves and the Public Protector in wishing that matter can also be dealt with in the near future. With that, thank you very much, and we would be also be ready to answer any questions that or any suggestions and interventions that the committee might want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. Members, can we now interact with the presentation? Let me go. Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Klopa. Honorable Mhlala. Honorable Mani. Honorable Zodits.
My apologies, Chair. It's Honorable Matafa. My hand is up as well. Thank you.
Matafa, you are the last one. Thank you. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee once again, and greetings to members and officials of the Office of the Public Protector. Chairperson, I think I just need to remind the committee that when we went to KZN to do oversight, there is a question that we asked about the protection of investigators who are always on the ground doing investigations, interviewing witnesses, and so on. So I just want to ask a question that considering this budget, do you think that it is going to be enough to provide the necessary security for investigators who are doing their job? Because we don't want investigators to do their job under fear that they might be prejudiced in any form. So we want them to do their work without any fear of prejudice. So is this budget going to cater for that? Is it enough to provide such a protection? Because protection must not only be provided for the high offices within the office of the public protector, but even for the ground workers when the need arises. We even made an example of how volatile and rogue KZN is, and how that might preclude the investigators from doing their work efficiently if they are not provided with the necessary protection. So my question is there any plan that is in place and considering the budget under subject that will make sure that we close that gap to ensure that the investigators are able to do their work without any fear and without any disturbance? Then the second question, Chairperson, is around strengthening the legal or litigation capacity of the institution, which I think is very crucial as well, because some matters of the public protector are taken on review, and it would not be ideal for such reviews. Such review applications to be ruled against the Office of the Public Protector. An ideal situation is where all the applications or all the judgments favor the Office of the Public Protector, because we don't want to experience an instance where even an order for legal costs is awarded against the Office of the Public Protector, because that would mean that monies that are supposed to service important and basic necessities of the office are now used to pay legal costs on a party-to-party scale. So I think it's important for quality assurance that we strengthen the legal capacity so that you have the internal legal capacity that is going to certify the reports. We know that you do have people with a legal background or with legal experience, but I think we need to strengthen the office in that regard, so that when matters, there will be high prospects of success when matters are taken on review. Then the third one, Chair, is about extortion, which in my view, and which I asked yesterday when the SIU appeared before this committee, that have you ever investigated matters which are related to extortion? I know that in terms of the Constitution, you must investigate matters which are related to the state or any public sphere, but the conduct of extortion in some instances is also related to the public procurement. In this way, there are structures which have been formed. Some have been formed formally, some informally, and some are embraced by municipalities. And those structures consist of people with rogue characters. Some are in the taxi industry, some are construction mafias, some use violence to amass to office. Yes, Chair.
We lost you when you say some use violence to amass.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So I was saying, Chair, those structures consist of different characters, and they consist of former taxi owners, they consist of construction mafias who give instructions to municipalities, instructions of who must get a tender and who must not. And in most instances, those officials comply with such instructions. And it doesn't end there. After giving such instructions, they go and demand monies from people who got tenders to say, if you got a sub for this tender, then a certain amount of money must be given to me. So have you done some investigation in that regard? And if you have done it, which recommendations have you given, and have such recommendations been implemented? And if you have not done it, I would encourage that you look at that misconduct at a close range, because it is prevalent. It is prevalent. And the unfortunate part is that with regards to extortion, members of the public are scared to report, because the orchestrators of extortion are very rogue, they are very dangerous, and whistleblowers are dying on a daily basis. And that instills fear to members of the public. They can't come and report such rogue people because they fear for their lives. And with regards to offices, regional offices, which have currently been established or which are going to be established, I think the report says that there is an office which is going to be established in KZN. Now, what considerations are they established in terms of the order of priority? And if so, what considerations are you making to say in KZN when we establish other regions which are in?
Sorry, Chair, we couldn't hear this.
Yes, we keep on losing Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chairperson?
Yeah, we lost you on the considerations when regional offices are established. We lost you
Hey,
again.
I don't know. I don't know what's the problem, Chair, because I thought I'm in the right place where there are no network problems. Yeah. So, Chairperson, I was saying, I was asking what considerations are they making when they prioritize areas in which they must establish regional offices. So, if they say, for instance, we in KZN we start in Port Shepstone, then why are they prioritizing Port Shepstone over other 9 or 10 regions which are located in KZN? And then, Chair, with regards to cases which, okay, the report says, Chair, that within this year of 2025, they want to reduce a backlog by 80%. So I'm interested to know, Chair, the specific measures that they have put in place to ensure that they reach that target of 80%. If they can maybe take us through the strategies that they are going to use. And then I think, Chair, the Office of it's very important and crucial for the Office of the Public Protector that when they strengthen stakeholder relations, that their main focus must be strengthening the relations with the community, because the community is on the receiving end of corruption. And 2, I think they are the primary stakeholder because the term is self-explanatory, Office of the Public Protector. So they represent the public. Now, have they
strengthen relations with, do they have any plans to strengthen their relations with the community structures like the CPF, or have they, in the previous financial year, engaged in any programs that seek to strengthen relations with the community community structures? Then the last one, Chairperson, is on the whistleblower protection. That my understanding is that when we talk about the whistleblower protection, we're not only talking about formal whistleblowers, but we're also talking about general complainants. Like for instance, Chair, when a complainant is a worker of the municipality, I'm making an example, and reports an act of corruption or any act of criminality which takes place in the municipality, that person must be protected, even if they are not permanent whistleblowers, because some might find themselves, or they might find their lives in danger. I mean, in danger because of the reports that they've made to the Office of the Public Protector. So my question subsequent to that is that do they think, or do they have any way or method of protecting general complainants now, not whistleblowers, but general complainants who report corruption or maladministration or any act of criminality to their offices? No, this was not the last one, Chairperson. The last one is, let me see. Oh yeah, what criteria do they use to determine matters which should not be investigated, Chairperson? That this one is not worth investigating. So how do they arrive to that conclusion? And do they have a team that deals with assessments, Chair? And do they categorize complaints to say this complaint falls under serious investigations, and this one falls under investigations which are not serious? Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. For now, I pause there. I think there are other matters. If I remember them, then I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Glover.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I don't have many questions. I'd just like to first ask, the PPSA received additional 20 million in the 25-26, but this still remains quite considerably lower than the 37 million cut that was applied in 2024. Can the PPSA just provide some breakdown on the additional allocation and how it will be spent? And particularly whether it will be used to employ assistant investigators, as was raised over different oversights and so forth. Chairperson, I also would like to know on the CARA funding, the PPSA received 48.2 million, I think, over the 3-year period. How much of this allocation has already been spent at the end of 24-25 financial year, and how will the 17.6 million allocation for 25-26 be used? Chairperson, we know that the PPSA plays an oversight role in the matters of maladministration, but they often intersect with whistleblowers, and I know Honourable Nwala just also spoke about whistleblowers. I just want to know, has the institution made a formal submissions or recommendations regarding the proposed whistleblower protection bill, taking into account its investigative mandate and the vulnerabilities of complainants? So I do understand that the PPSA is not directly involved with the whistleblower bill, but just due to the intersection that they play. Chairperson, we also know that the PPSA has a binding nature in the remedial action. So, Chairperson, what I would like to know is what percentage of remedial actions are currently implemented by state entities, and how is the compliance of this actually monitored? Is there a system in place? I might have missed it, and if I have, I apologize. Chairperson, I also noted that there's a shift from quality over quantity in investigations. And I just want to know, has this led to any operational consequences, especially like reduced reach in rural or underserved areas, or maybe just a longer waiting times for complainants? And Chairperson, lastly, with the rising caseloads and persistent challenges in the local government service delivery, how will the PPSA ensure quicker resolutions, especially when using the ADR, the alternative dispute resolutions, rather than complete investigations? Chairperson, if I can just be clarified on that, and otherwise I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Glover, Honorable Mshala.
Thank you so much. Let me take an opportunity and greet members of the portfolio committee, and also extend the greetings to the public protector and the support staff. Chairperson, the EFF's position is very clear. The public protector South Africa must be fearless, well-resourced, and accessible guardian of the Constitution, especially for the poor, rural, and marginalized. Yet, the 2025 budget and strategic plan revealed persistent failures, leadership paralysis, chronic underfunding, exclusion, and slow transformation that threaten to render this institution toothless. So we demand urgent radical action to restore the public protector South Africa's power and credibility. So, Chairperson, my first input is about the leadership paralysis, the unfilled deputy public protector post. I know they've spoken about it, and the deputy minister have also touched on that. But this ongoing, the ongoing vacancy in the deputy public protector post is an indictment of the state's commitment to accountability. This is not just a minor HR issue, it's a direct attack on the PPSA South Africa ability to function, undermining both strategic leadership and operational stability. So my question is, has the PPSA submitted a comprehensive radical proposal to get the post chairperson as soon as radical proposal to ensure that this thing, the post is filled as soon as possible? We understand we went through this selection process in the portfolio committee, and that could not happen. So what is that they are doing to ensure that they fill the gap in terms of this position? Because it's been long.
Madam Mshala.
Yes.
I just want to remind you that this is our obligation, and it's us who are unable to deal with the report. So the blame is actually on us as the portfolio committee on this regard. I'm just reminding you, can proceed.
Can you allow me to speak, and then you'll speak after me if you are interested in challenging whatever I'm speaking about?
No, I'm not challenging what Mhlala was just reminding. Sure, thanks, you can proceed.
Okay. No, so my question is, are they able to do the work as expected because of the failure of the portfolio committee? Exactly that, Chairperson, of failing to ensure that we have the deputy public protector's position filled in time. We know very well that the portfolio committee could not agree in terms of this post of the deputy public protector. The GNU, which was supposed to vote for each other, they couldn't vote for each other, hence the delay. And now the proposal is that we must start again in terms of maybe fielding new candidates for the position. So my question is, are they able to run the department with this gap of not having the deputy public protector as post being filled? Another issue, Chairperson, is with regards to the scandal of
the National Lottery Commission. The Public Protector constitutionally mandated under the Public Protector Act is tasked with investigating improper conduct in state affairs and protecting the public from abuse of power. This includes maladministration, corruption, and any form of abuse that undermines public trust and service delivery. Given this mandate, the Public Protector's Office should be a key institution responding to such revelations, especially when a government entity like the National Lottery Commission is implicated in large-scale looting. So there's something missing in action, Chairperson, in the report. There's no mention in strategic plans or reports in terms of this absence of any reference of the NLC, which is the National Lotteries Commission scandal in the Public Protector Annual Performance Plan or strategic plan suggests a lack of prioritization or initiative to address this issue. Despite the SIU's findings, the Public Protector has not publicly launched an investigation or issued any report or recommendation related to the NLC looting. And another thing, Chairperson, the failure to act on such a high-profile case involving prominent individuals undermines the office credibility and raises question about the independence and effectiveness of such issues. Another issue, Chairperson, which I'm also requesting the Public Protector to investigate on, is the failure of municipalities to deliver basic services. In what's happening, poor communities across South Africa suffer from collapsed water infrastructure, raw sewage flowing into the streets, no refuse collection, and illegal electricity disconnection, while municipalities waste money, mismanage funds, and employ unqualified caterers. So I do not hear anything about that. Why it fails under, why we are saying these things falls under the Public Protector South Africa. This is systematic maladministration and abuse of public power by municipalities and officials. So can the Public Protector, if possible, is there a budget to investigate collapsed municipalities like Emalasheni, Mangaung, Makana, and Msunduzi municipalities where people are suffering, Ejozini municipalities across the country, they can't deliver water anymore and also sanitation. So what is the Public Protector doing? And is there any budget alignment in terms of that? Another issue, Chairperson, is about the delays and corruption in the RDP housing allocation process. So people who applied for RDP houses decades ago are still waiting. Corrupt officials bypass the poor and allocate houses to politically connected individuals or sell them illegally. This is an abuse of power, corruption, and systematic discrimination in access to basic houses. So can the Public Protector with this budget launch own initiative investigation into provincial housing departments, like in Gauteng, in Limpopo, in Eastern Cape, and issue findings on delayed housing lists and corruption in allocation? And there must be a budget alignment with regards to that. So we are requesting, Chairperson, that we increase the budget of the Public Protector if these things are not catered for, so that they can investigate. It's been a long time overdue. Municipalities are collapsing, and the provincial government is not doing what's supposed to be doing in terms of providing to the poorest masses of the people. Can the Public Protector, we hear one day the Public Protector talking about these issues. They just, they are the Public Protectors. Their role is to protect the public. They can't just look when the situation is so dire like it is now, Chairperson. So we are requesting that the funding be increased so that it can cater for all those things that I spoke about, Chairperson. Thanks so much, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlala. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you and good morning to the Public Protector and her team, the DM that is there and everybody else. Chair, mine is going to be just sharp-shoot questions, about 7 of them, very briefly. They're not necessarily going to be based to the line-by-line issues that have been presented here today, but are going to be on the substance of the work of the Public Protector. The first one, Chair, is the issue of in some quarters, there is a view that the public protector should be fused with the SIU, just to be more, what's the right word? It's going to bring more efficiencies. They seem to be more or less doing related work. If the SIU was to be consolidated into the public protector scheme of things, I just want to understand as to what would be the feeling of the leadership of the public protector. Is it something that you would welcome or you would reject and all that? That's the first thing. Secondly, I wanted to just check the posture of the public protector when it comes to matters that are taken on review. Should you actually even defend these matters? I mean, I'm trying to understand what message are you sending to the courts and all of that. Shouldn't you, as a public protector, let's say you are being taken on review, also just to bring down cost and everything? Surely you should, by your point of departure, should be that you trust courts and all of that, and you should say, well, this is as far as I can go. And if you want to take the matter on review, it's fine. And then you say, I'll abide by the court decision. Why isn't that the standard posture? So that you don't ever have a situation where the public protector is busy in court defending things and all of that. So I just want to just check. Can you not take that posture? What compels you to want to be fighting matters that are on review? That's the second question. Thirdly, one time, Chair, I was stumbled into the public protector office. I know that there were, that was many years ago. So there were all kinds of boxes and things in one other room there. I just want to just check at the high level whether this thing called e-filing, has it become the name of the game in the public protector's space, or they are still filing things in manually? And I was worried at one point that if there was to be fire there, there's going to be serious problem and all that. Just to check the data integrity there. What is the state of play there? Do we have everything digitally? Do we digitize all the files? Do we have a storage of things elsewhere so that if anything happens in that office, you've got a backup somewhere in some place that only you know? Just that confirmation there. That's the third one. The fourth question briefly is whether can you just give us a break sheet of the proactives so that we don't sit with the public protector that is sitting and waiting for complaints. Just give us a break sheet of 3 issues, 3 areas, 3 things, just 3. I know you should have many, but just 3 iconic things that you say as a public protector, proactively, this is what we've done to protect the public. Can you just give us just 3 examples? And then the fifth thing, Chair, is issues of disaster. You know, I've always never seen public protector involved when communities are facing disasters. KZN is generally flooded. I mean, I see what to give this guy, call these guys gift of the givers. I see them on the floor. In fact, I see those guys much quicker than I see social development. Those gift of the givers, really, they do great work, those people. But I never see the public protector protecting communities, advocating for communities. I mean, in KZN, for instance, the government had committed 1 billion rand to assist the victims of those floods. I hear that even today, that 1 billion rand never got to where it should get to. People are still in various makeshift environments. Where is the public protector in cases like this? As we speak here and now, there's huge disasters in the Eastern Cape. The death toll has been rising every day. Last time I checked was like 90. I don't actually get to hear the intervention of the public protector when the public is under such siege. In Mthatha, recently, I hear there's all kinds of things, extortion, people killing. You know, the public is just generally under siege. And the public protector is nowhere to be found, to be honest. But you've got all these beautiful reports and PowerPoint presentations and all of that. But I'm just trying to get something tangible that everybody can understand that, wow, we've got a public protector. I mean, anybody who is not in this room today and listening to this presentation actually doesn't know what is happening in that office. all I'm saying is, I'm not feeling you on the ground. Why is that the case? Am I perhaps not reading what I should be reading and all that? And also, talking about that, we get all kinds of other departments presenting here in Parliament. We have communities that struggle with dolomitic areas, for instance, where they have their houses in those areas and they are subjected to sinkholes and all that. I never hear the public protector coming and defending those communities that are living in those kinds of areas. Chairperson, I mean, I really never hear. Communities are always complaining, and you can see these people are destitute, but they've got no one to go to. But we've got something called a public protector. I'm not feeling you where I think it matters the most and all of that. Maybe I'm misinformed. If you can just allay my anxiety there. Lastly, Chairperson, I've also, through your office, Chair, through your secretariat, I've also submitted written questions for written responses. It's about 7 or so questions, just in the interest of time. Chairperson, I've just submitted those questions. If I can just get, and I'm sure the secretary has assured me that he'll forward them through. If I can just get a sense of when can I get responses on those questions, Chairperson. That's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi. We'll look at that. Thank you. Honorable Tsoteti.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to all the honorable members in the platform and everybody else in the platform. Chair, when we were in KZN, one of the things which we picked up was the inaccessibility of the Office of the Public Protector, in particular for people with disabilities. We understand that there is an appetite to move out of that office, Chair. We also understand that the matters relating to the housing of the public protector are matters that are in the public works space. But in the meantime, while the office is there, while it's still tasked with the responsibility of servicing our people, what are the measures that have been put in place to ensure that accessibility is enhanced? Because one of the things which we were speaking about with regard to accessibility was just a simple question of signage. We ourselves were lost, struggled to find a way to go there because signage itself was a problem. And we are speaking about just one of the offices which we went to in KZN. How widespread is the issue or is the concern of accessibility across the country that you would have picked up as the Office of the Public Protector? And then what are the plans within this 5-year plan and APP to address them, all those concerns? Chair, I also had intended to speak to the setbacks relating to the appointment of the Deputy Public Protector, a matter or a fault which is squarely put at the door of this committee and honorable members who are participating in this committee. The extent to which this is affecting the public protector's operation, knowing of course that the vacancies has nothing to do with yourselves, is just what I would regard as result of political gimmicks that we saw in play from politicians. And perhaps, or even before I get there, this matter suffered a setback wherein honorable members could not agree on the process which they themselves had undertaken, to say that we had advertised, we had went there, we had done that, which they themselves had done, but could not really agree that such a process must go to parliament. And nobody says that this is not a true reflection. So it's just political gimmicks which were at play, and perhaps you need to appraise the committee on how much does this affect your work, so that perhaps a sense of consciousness can be picked up from that, and that the committee ought to also improve the pace at which it deals with these things that are important and avoid gimmicks. Now, we know that as part of your investigations, you have been dealing with certain issues around the municipalities. Uh, are you able to appraise the committee also on just on the number of municipalities that we have done, and perhaps the ones that are also in line in terms of the complaints that you are also looking at doing, perhaps in the next financial year, or whenever that you have allocated uh, time to deal with these things? Do you have any other complaints? I'm raising this because we do also have ordinary members of the public who would imagine that there is some sort of a relationship between ourselves and you, and then they pose questions to us if whether you are processing their issues, uh, in particular as it relates to municipalities in the Northwest. That's where we get a lot of those things, those questions as to whether you are processing their issues. So perhaps if you can give us a sense in the interest of that community to say that as per the issues that you have received and lined up to deal with in relation to municipalities, you do have this number of municipalities, and these are the names of those municipalities. The report makes a very valid point about the demographics of complainants, that largely the complainants would be emanating from men or males, and that the entity takes interest in encouraging the other demographics in the form of youth and and women to also confront or raise their issues with the entity. Now, in this regard, as it relates to young people, where do you locate that kind of a program? Do you locate it in a process of raising awareness, or how do you intend to deal with it? For instance, we know that young people who are greatly affected by unemployment in the country do also face issues whereby public institutions who have certain opportunities for employment normally or at some point largely are at a fault of nepotism, wherein people get that employment simply because they are related to this and that person in the office. Does the question of engaging these young people entail the fact that they can be able to raise such issues with the public protector so that uh, they can be resolved, or once they complain about certain institutions, those institutions can be investigated? Because I don't think that young people are aware that anything that relates to the mismanagement of public resources, which affect them negatively, is within the competence of the public protector to deal with. Uh, when we were in KZN, we spoke also about these issues of outreach programs. How often do we conduct them? Particularly in our provincial offices, is there any guiding calendar which directs the provincial offices to deal with issues of to do outreach programs and awareness programs? And in those provincial offices, what becomes the criteria of identifying areas which are mostly in need of the impact of that awareness program? What Honorable Nomvalo would have raised about the mafias is very true, and seemingly it has spread even beyond KZN. I'm not sure how is that going to be attended to, because where else you can say that you have picked up grave areas of corruption within the administration, but you have people who are compelled to take certain decisions as a result of intimidation meted at them and including their own families. So I think moving forward is something that we might need to devise a means to say that how do we work within the system of the public protectors to try and protect them. There was also a question about the protection of your own investigators. I mean, your own people. When we were in KZN, I just would not remember the name of the employee that we met. I just remember that we entered in his office and there was this big, this big statue of a snake. But one of the things that we, in our interactions, we uncovered with that particular employee was the extent to which they are unsafe and they are concerned about their own safety in conducting the work of the public protector. Now, what are the means that could be put in place to enhance their protection and safety? We must say that we do welcome the improvement of the numbers of cases that have been closed from your part, which reflects on the quarterly report. I think you have registered just about 11% improvement on that case. And Chair, let me pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Zodetsi. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again to yourself, the DM and members, as well as the PP and her team. Chair, let me start firstly by welcoming the presentation that has been made and join those members and the DM who acknowledge the good work that the Office of the PPSA is doing and is planning to do as presented today. Chair, let me start first where Honorable Zotezi started on the issue of the vacancy of the Deputy Public Protector. Maybe on behalf of this committee, we need to apologize to the office of the PPSA and society at large for politics getting the better of us as a committee on this important matter of filling the vacancy of the Deputy Public Protector. That situation on its own, Chair, makes us as a committee to be in violation of our constitutional mandate by making the office of the PPSA weaker when we are actually mandated to strengthen the office and its operations. But I believe, sitting here, Chair, that the efforts that we are putting, trying to find each other as members of the committee, we will yield good results and we'll find each other and come and conclude the work that we have done. Honorable Zotezi is correct. The work has been done up to a point where a candidate was identified. Instead of members saying we support or don't support, they say we don't have a view. But the manner in which the rules of parliament are written is that you need views that are to the affirmative, and those views must be of the majority in the committee. And the way the rules are written, if you don't have a view when the majority is required to be in the affirmative, it means that you are against without saying so. And I agree with Honorable Zotezi. It's very disappointing that you will take a journey from Cape Town to Pretoria. When you get to Pretoria, you say you don't have a view on the journey that you have taken. When the question is, did you take a journey from from Cape Town to Pretoria? Chair, my second point is to welcome the comments that were made by the DM. It appears as if the office of the PPSA and the department have a very healthy relationship. And we welcome that. In all instances, we always try to have all entities work with the department in a harmonious way for maximum efficiency and effectiveness. 2 points that the DM has raised, which I would want to speak to and maybe just ask for further contribution from the office of the PPSA. The first one is on the issue of the amendment of the Public Protector Act. My question to the PP would be, in her view, what would be 2 salient points or amendments that she thinks, if they get right, will enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the office for high impact outcomes in society? Meaning that if given a veto right, she would veto any view that would be against those particular amendments. To hear what they are. The second point, Chair, the DM is making, it's linked to ensuring access to all. I would have wanted to ask from the office of the PP to speak more on the interventions that they identified, that they would be women and youth focused. How are they going to ensure that they have maximum reach? I welcome the point by the DM that they have made linkages between the office of the PPSA and community-based advisors. So my question would be, over and above what the department and the PP are collaborating on, as far as those advisors are concerned, what other stakeholders would the PP identify to assist in identifying these critical sectors of society, women and youth, to ensure that their voices are also heard and they also enjoy the benefits that comes from a public protector office that is grounded in society? Chair, let me join Honorable Klopper in welcoming the budget increase, but also speak on the observation that it's below what has been cut previously. And welcome the input by Metandi that some of this money will be used for filling of vacancies that would have been identified. My question would be, in the vacancies that would be filled, which ones would be prioritized? Will it be the back end in terms of the admin office, or will it be more on the in the investigation part? And why would it be one instead of the other? Chair, the other point is on the usage of alternative dispute resolution mechanism, which, by the way, we welcome. And I also have noted that in the presentation, mention was made that training will be required and support will be required for the staff in order to ensure that they are properly equipped. The question would be, how will the service providers or the type of training required be identified? And how will they be procured, ensuring that they are in line with the required capacitation for those staff that will be responsible for implementing the ADR mechanism? The last point, Chair, from my side, is on a reduction. I've seen quite a few. Some of them include cases that would have been resolved, but I'm interested only on one indicator that would have been reduced, and that is of the ICT ERP modules, that there was a commitment that it will be met. And in the financial year 24-25, 6 targets were committed to. But now if you look at the 25-26, the target now is not 6, it's 5. 2 questions. Which is the one that has been discarded? Why was it discarded? And with the 6 reducing to 5, would it still have the desired impact, the same as when it was seen that 6 is actually sufficient? And maybe the last question, Chair, would be more of a comment or a request for review, that since it is written in such a blanket name, ICT ERP modules, would it be prudent for the committee to request that maybe we need to be clarified as to when they say 5 ICT ERP modules, what do these modules entail? So that we are able to pay effective oversight, and we know in the event that these targets are met or are reduced or are completely discarded, we know which part of the program intention they would have been reduced or discarded. Chairperson, those are my inputs. I truly appreciate your opportunity to engage on this important discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mataf. I see 3 hands here. Honorable Klopper, Honorable Tsotitsi, Honorable Mvalo. What is this? Are these follow-ups?
No, my one was legacy, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Klopper? It's legacy hands. Okay.
No, mine is not a legacy hand, Chair. You remember I had undertaken to come back at a later stage. Just to finish, you remember I said there are a few issues which I had not submitted during my submission. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please, quickly.
That's just two questions, Chair.
Sure.
No, the first one, Chair, is you remember as this committee, we have a very terrible experience, Chair, in one institution that I'm not going to mention, wherein we experienced a very severe toxic environment in a workplace, which actually disturbed morality and efficiency in that workplace. So what I wanted to ask, Chair, is are there any measures that the PP has put in place to ensure that they enhance a conducive environment to improve employee well-being and to ensure that there are no resignations that the institution comes across because of frustrations in a workplace. So if you put some measures. Then the last one, Chair, is on the supervision of the regional offices. What mechanism or method are they going to espouse to supervise the regional offices? Are they going to deploy officials from national office who are going to go to those regional offices on a permanently basis, or they will rely on quarterly or weekly or fortnight reports? If they can give us some enlightenment in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, let me just also add something. Chair, we really would like to thank the public protector because we saw a preliminary report on the issue of Enoch Mugijima municipality where corruption took place. And we just want to check with the public protector. Can you share just a light with us? What happened there? Just discuss with us the preliminary report, and then what's going to happen if there's no consequence management and everything. Just take us through about your report of Enoch Mugijima municipality, because I saw a preliminary report. I just want to have an understanding of what will transpire going forward. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mhlala. I think that report has been made final now, but the PP is going to preface briefly. PP, can we have responses and reactions to comments?
Thank you very much.
The background echo is back.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very, very much to the honorable members. The questions were quite progressive, and I think we'll be able to answer them and also take some advances from the questions and the comments raised. I have a team before me as well, Chair, as I had alluded to initially. So I will ask the team to also answer the questions, and then I will then round off at the end. With your permission, Chair, may I hand over to Mr. Philani Mkhize, who will be dealing with the issue of the ERP as well as the self-service portal and its capabilities. Thank you. And thereafter, it would be Advocate van der Merwe, then the COO, and then the CEO, and our round off. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Philani
Mkhize. Thank you, honorable members. The ERP, we are integrating HR, finance, and supply chain into one component. So as it started right now, we started with the people, which means the HR component of enrolling and onboarding the human capital in the system. Therefore, what we do after that is to link the finance modules and the benefits, including the payroll. And then the third one is to enable those to be able to procure using the e-tender system. So there's an integration there that we are building on these 3 modules. As the system expands its capabilities, we are expanding on the modules per those requirements of business. On the
issue of why are the deliverables less now than they were in the previous year?
Yeah. So what really happened is that, Chair, we deliver this in terms of the integration. So some integrations are not possible for now. So we take it by bits and pieces up until the project is complete, because the project is a 2-year project. I mean, 2 years. So that's what we are trying to do. So to make sure, not because we're trying to undertake in terms of or understate in terms of our targeting, is so that we understand that the complex ones will take a little bit longer. That's why we're taking a little number for now, but the achievement of the entire project is on track. And on the self-service has 2 most important capabilities. One is the ability to take a complaint, and the second one is the ability to track a complaint. There's no limitation in terms of how you can complain by language. You can write it in Zulu and any other language. Translate on our side, and it's fully integrated to the case management. And I hope that covers it, Chair. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, Chair. It's Nielsen Amarve, Head of Legal Services. I'm dealing with the issue of capacity of the Legal Services unit first. The unit operates as a coordinating body for our litigation, with our practitioners actually being appointed from a panel of attorneys. Our previous panel has lapsed, so we've been in the process of appointing a new panel, which was quite an exercise because of a really overwhelming response to our request for tenders for the panel. We had over 220 service providers applying, and we're in the process of finalizing that. Internally, the Legal Services unit is capacitated by legal practitioners within the office. We are reviewing the post structures to create a position or to appoint a data protection specialist, as well as an administrative specialist that can deal with procurement matters in view of the high level of cases that we are receiving. As well as the employment of a legal practice management system that we are in the process of procuring. On Honorable Manye's question on the matters of review, we have a litigation strategy that informs our decision-making process on matters, keeping in mind that the beneficiaries of our services is not the public protector, but the members of the communities and the complainants who are coming to us. So we have a duty towards them to ensure that whatever resources is expended in the course of an investigation is not in the end of the day leading to what Advocate Madonsela used to call a gate to nowhere, because it is, we also owe it to the Public Revenue Fund to ensure that we do not just leave the matters in hand, because cases are being prosecuted or being pursued by clients with specific issues brought before the court. And we take into account whether the application will compromise the constitutional objectives, whether the exercise of constitutional powers will be hindered, whether a legislative provision will be rendered ineffective, whether legal principle can be applied, which sets a bad precedent, whether there's a dispute over interpretation of legislative provision, and whether the resources expended on the investigation are worth being put to null. And this jurisprudence has actually developed the operations and the procedures of the public protector to streamline it, and also informed our proposals for the amendment of the Public Protector Act. Then on the ADR training, we are in the process of engaging a number of service providers, including the Arbitration Foundation of Southern Africa, which provides specialist training. This is to supplement our current skills and competencies in ADR to ensure that we can deal with these matters in line with the objectives of our strat plan. We also, back on the issue of legal services, we also provide internal advisory services throughout the investigation process to ensure that whenever there are the need for legal advice and legal opinions, even though our investigators are trained legal specialists, to ensure that the investigations are what we will refer to as review-proof, in the sense of making sure whatever lessons we learn from court cases we can apply. And we've seen that in a drastic turnaround in our litigation that has come around. Currently, there's about 8 matters on judicial review since the current public protector took over, actually backdated to June 2022. And what we see is that it's not as much the institutions that are taking us on review, but it's during the enforcement of the remedial action that the people who are actually implicated in the process are now starting to litigate against the public protector. So we have a duty also then to ensure, with the effective of remedial implementation of remedial action, that we deal with those matters diligently. Thank you, Chair.
Amendments.
Oh, if I can quickly just touch on the amendments. Like the DM said, we are in a process. I've had engagement with Justice last week. One of the main issues, and I'm glad that the members raised the issue of whistleblower protection, because even in the bill has not yet been issued for public comments, but we noted that in the discussion documents that some of the comments and issues that the PP has raised prior to the during engagement on whistleblower protection are already being looked at by the Department of Justice. In our own Act, Amendment Act, we are catering for enhanced protection, because there's a number of institutions that can receive whistleblower or protected disclosures, but our assessment was that the Act does not really comply with Section 32 of ONCARC, and we've tried to fill that gap in our own legislation by providing for interim measures to also protect whistleblowers. We've provided for enhanced measures to fill the gap left by the enforcement mechanisms in remedial action, to ensure that our remedial action is also aligned to the Concord judgment. We've provided for measures to deal with some aspects of maladministration, definitions that are required, and general enhancements of the public protector to be able to exercise powers in terms of the Act. We filled a number of administrative gaps in the Act. And as the DPP said, the DM said, we have tried to align the Act to the constitutional obligations as commented about in the Constitutional Court and other courts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, PP. Good day, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and the Deputy Minister. I'm going to start with the comment that was made by the Deputy Minister and also Honorable Nomvalo in terms of the collaboration with community-based organizations to strengthen our accessibility. I must indicate that this is one area that we are focused on, and we do collaborate with various community-based organizations, and we have MOUs that have been concluded with some of these organizations, because then they allow us that platform to use their institutions to reach out, particularly to the identified vulnerable groups that would want to really reach out to. I must indicate that in the past, we have been reporting in an inclusive manner when it comes to the extent to which we reach women, we reach people with disabilities and the youth. That is why we have now made a concerted effort that moving forward, we are going to focus on these groups. For example, when we go to the various tertiary institutions who are really where the youth is the majority, we have been then reporting inclusive instead of identifying how many fall within the particular age group, that is the youth and the women and so on. But we also want to then focus on particularly issues that affect these particular groups, as we have done with the investigation on GBV, the ongoing investigation on maintenance. We are at an advanced stage of our investigation into issues of NSFAS that affect the youth, but also just accessibility even of funding to the youth. I am going to also touch on the issue of nepotism or allegations of nepotism. In our investigation, we even look at issues of learnerships that the youth would be exposed to, and some of those learnerships are ended without the youth that would be exposed being given certification or being completed because of the lack of funding, because of the issues of allegations of corruption that we actually look at. So those are some of the areas that, as we now report, we are going to be really enhancing on the type of matters that affect the youth. But it's an area that we are continuously focusing on. Even our outreach officers, as they go out, they've got a specific mandate to also hold those sessions with those vulnerable groups, but also even the elderly as well, that we are also looking at. Then the question on the protection of investigators. Indeed, there are some of the matters that become very complex, and also there's a higher risk on investigating those matters. What we then do currently is that where there's a matter that we receive that we can identify or we see at the point of assessment that it's a high risk matter, we don't keep it within that particular province. We then allocate it to another province, which, for example, the issue of KZN was raised and it would be investigated at head office. It may not completely take away the risk, as we know, but at least the risk is not as close as kept in that particular province. Also, not to even give a perception of our own investigators being compromised in any way, because those are some of the issues that are raised depending on where the investigation is actually going. So we take those matters away to then minimize the risk while we're looking at how else we can strengthen the protection that is afforded to the investigators. On the issue that was raised by Honorable Nomvalo on whistleblowers and the protection that we give to whistleblowers. Indeed, in terms of the Act, there are certain processes that need to be followed in terms of reporting these matters for a person to be even recognized as a whistleblower. However, what we do, one, as the public protector, and in terms of our rules, a person can report a matter anonymously. So we do get those who will report matters totally anonymously. It has got its challenges in terms of accessibility of some of the information that we may require. However, we do get also people who are known to us, but we then keep them anonymous, or we do not reveal their identity. And right up to a reporting stage. This allows us some form of contact with the complainant, where we want to clarify certain information or certain issues. So that is the additional protection that we afford whistleblowers who are not necessarily forming part of the provisions of the Act. We do ask some of the complainants if they would want to be known. There are those who also say they don't mind their identity if it's actually disclosed. So as the public protector, we then use the discretion, particularly where we note the type of allegation that has been raised and the likely compromise of a person or ramification of what they have reported. And we then do not disclose the identity of that particular complainant, so that we give them that protection. But also just for us as an institution to protect ourselves, where sometimes later on people say, okay, now they know that it could be me. We just make sure that we protect their identity. In terms of extortion, we do have court cases, particularly when it comes to procurement matters. We do have reports of mafias that affect some of those projects and service delivery that are happening across the country. And there are investigations that are ongoing. We do also involve the law enforcement agencies where it is necessary for us to then escalate to that particular level. Regional offices. I must indicate that we've got regional offices in most provinces, your Free State, Northern Cape, Western Cape, and other provinces. Those are permanent offices that are also resourced by the head, who is at a senior investigator level, with an investigator and an administrative staff. Where we do not have permanent presence, it's only at the satellite offices. And I must also commend and be grateful to the Department of Justice that has offered us various offices within the courts in Gauteng, in Northern Cape, in Western Cape, and now even Umhlanga, where we do have satellite offices. Those offices are visited once or twice per week, so that we can then be accessible to those communities. Benoni office is resourced on a daily basis because of also the extent of the inflow of people who come to the offices. We are in a process of reviewing where we even have these regional offices, whether they are accessible, the number of complaints that determine the effectiveness of our regional offices, and whether it should still remain there, or whether we should be looking at opening offices at a district level. Now, the opening of regional offices is affected by various factors. One, where we can be accessible to as many people, not only where the regional office is based, but accessible to people who may be coming also from the surrounding areas. So we look at issues of public transportation, where people would rely on public transportation, where people would normally go to the city centers or the towns to do their shopping. So they are then, while they are there, they don't spend additional funds just to access our office. We also look at even the availability of office space or adequate office space, which has been quite a serious challenge in terms of those regional offices, or opening regional offices so that we can remain accessible. So for KZN, we are looking, for example, at your issue at your South Coast, Shep's team, and maybe further on, we are still looking at the issues of Ulundi, of Pietermaritzburg. We used to have an office, for example, in Newcastle, but in terms of the intake, it wasn't that high as compared to the rental and other overheads that we have to pay for those offices. So those are some of those determining factors. And we are hoping that with the introduction now of the self-service portal, with the call back, where we are able to call people back and guide them on lodging complaints, that it will address all those particular issues that are limiting our accessibility. There was also a question from Honorable Nomvalo regarding the strategy that we have in place to reduce backlog. I must indicate
We lost you.
Honorable members, that we've already about it, noting that yes, indeed, there are matters that have been with our office strategies that we are implementing. One, in terms
we lost you when you said I must indicate. We lost you again.
Those are matters that on intake, we then identify as easy matters that can be resolved by means of just a phone call, a quick meeting, and they should be finalized within a period of 6 months. And then we've got your service delivery issues that are allocated at least a time frame of about 12 months, depending on the complexity of those matters. And then we've got those good governance matters that are allocated a period of 24 months. So any matter that has been accepted for investigation that does not then fall, or we are not able to finalize within that period of 6 months, of 12 months, of 24 months, or where maybe there are more complex matters of 36 months, those are the matters that then fall within the backlog. There are also file inspections that happen to ensure adherence to our service standards that are conducted at various levels, right up to the public protector herself, where she holds her monthly meetings with us, where we need to then account on the progress of the investigation and where there may be blockages for us to finalize those matters. So we have now put it in our APP for the next 5 years so that there is additional focus on those matters, but we have never forgotten about them, and we are working towards clearing those matters. The other strategy that we are adopting is that some of these matters fall into a backlog because they've got one complainant would raise a number of issues within one matter. We can get one complaint that would have various issues relating to irregular procurement, and it can have 10 matters on irregular procurement. And you can have the same matter raising 28 allegations of irregular appointments and so on and so forth. And I'm actually referring to even an existing matter that we are currently having. So to have one investigator working on more than 20 issues that have been raised in that one complaint will definitely take much longer. This is where we then form teams, an investigation team, to look at those different matters where if they were reported individually, would be sitting with perhaps 30 various different files as opposed to one file, so that each member within that team will look at various issues that have been raised within that particular complaint. We are also looking now at once the structure has been approved in terms of what we have revised there, of forming a specialist in investigation team that will also be looking at those priority matter, complex matters. Again, it's going to be a team that will then enable us to then have a dedicated focus on those investigation instead of just allocating matters to each investigator. And then moving to the issues that have been raised by Honorable Mani in terms of investigation on the other areas, including those communities affected by dolomite. We do have such investigations. Maybe in terms of our reporting, we'll highlight some of those so that then the work that we are doing as Public Protector South Africa is then highlighted. We currently have one in Kutsong, which falls under the Miraflong municipality, where there's a sinkhole, and the complaint relates to the delay by National Disaster Management to then approve funds and declare the area as a disaster area. So these are some of the examples of various matters that we are investigating. There was also a question regarding investigations relating to municipalities. We get so many complaints against municipalities across the country. Some of them have been finalized and others are still pending. I may request through the Public Protector that it's something that we can then submit in writing so that then the members are then given more detailed information in terms of those investigations. But I can mention, for example, that we are still following up on the investigation that was done and a report was issued on the provision of water or lack of provision of water in the Ngagamudiri municipality in the Northwest. We had even a meeting facilitated by the Public Protector with the former Minister of Water and Sanitation, who was Mr. Senzo Mchunu at the time, where they gave us their implementation plan and the budget that has been allocated, while also highlighting challenges in terms of additional budget to be provided. So we are following up on the implementation of that remedial action. In terms of the investigations that we have done on our own without being prompted by an investigation, we have recently released the Doranginza investigation report into the state of health facility in the Doranginza Hospital in the Eastern Cape. That was our own initiative investigation. We pick up all these matters from the media, from the radio, and then we then initiate our own investigation, the Eastern Cape systemic investigation, which we have done. And I will tie that to the question that was raised by an honorable member, that what are we doing in municipalities? There are various investigations that have commenced, and some of them we are submitting to the Public Protector for approval, because for systemic investigation and on initiative investigation, it has to be approved by the Public Protector. And for the purpose of impact that we have highlighted, where we want to expand to other provinces, the systemic investigation that we did in the Eastern Cape, for example, looking at the state of service delivery provision in various municipalities across the country. The emphasis obviously is now dedicating this team that is going to focus on conducting this investigation so that we don't take too long. Currently, we've got an ongoing investigation on this food poisoning. The team is currently sitting in the Free State, having gone already to Limpopo and to Northwest, and will be visiting the other provinces as well to look at the challenges that are faced by the various departments, the municipalities, and law enforcement agencies. And I must indicate to the members that when the team got to Eastern Cape, one of the spaza shops that was actually closed after a child passed on was found to be open, and it had to be closed again. So again, on the ground, the issue of enforceability, of bylaws and of accountability, it's some of those issues that we are looking at, including what they have highlighted, that the Act that is applicable of 1972 has never been amended since, and the magistrate are then reluctant to look at some of those cases because the fine for transgression is only 400 rand. So I'm just highlighting some of those matters that we are busy with investigating currently. We also have been involved in the investigation after the floods in KZN. And we continue to stay close with the municipality on some of the flood victims that have been placed in the various flats across KZN, and even in Port St. John, where there were also floods in the Eastern Cape. I visited some of the flood victims in KZN in December last year, where we looked at the state of the building where they are accommodated. I must say, it's not well maintained, and we've raised these issues with the municipality. We had a representative from eThekwini municipality who also conducted that inspection with us. We held also the landlord accountable on the spot to effect maintenance on the various issues that we could find, water that was leaking, geysers that were burst, and so on. And we also got involved when the landlord cut your municipal services, water and electricity to those flood victims or to the residents that have been placed there. And we engaged the city, where they then opened the electricity or provided electricity, because now it's a question of the city saying the landlord is owing, has not paid for the utility services, and the landlord saying the city has not paid them for the usage. We are addressing continuously some of the issues of placement of children at school, the provision of transport. So those are some of the interventions that are ongoing that we are looking at in KZN. We've also have looked at the effect of the of the storm in Ulundi schools, and we issued a report that was signed by the public protector in quarter 3, which it is December last year, of Ulundi school. In fact, now we have received a request for a meeting from the Premier of KZN, where he's requested to have an audience with the public protector on the implementation of remedial action based on the financial constraints that the municipality, or sorry, that the department won't be able to execute or to implement some of that remedial action. In fact, according to the letter that we have received, Council has even taken a decision to take this matter on review so that the public protector's report can be set aside, as opposed to engaging the public protector in terms of the time frame within which the remedial action can be implemented, the allocation of budget progressively, so mindful of the fact that before the report was released, a Section 79 notice, or a notice in terms of Section 79 in terms of our findings, was actually shared with the various role players, with the various parties, so that they can respond, including on the implementation of a remedial action and the time frame within which that can be done. So as we monitor the implementation of remedial action, these are some of the challenges that we expect, that we experience, where now there are issues of threats of taking the public protector's report on review instead of engaging us on the implementation of remedial action without detracting from what needs to happen, because they've been good interventions that have happened there. We are again involved in the school in KZN, where the learners again picked up from the media, where learners were taught under the trees. And because there aren't enough mobile classrooms. So those are some of the interventions. They are not only in KZN, they are throughout the country where we are conducting these various investigations, including the various structures that have been constructed and they lay dormant, they have not been used. We've got an investigation of that nature in Northern Cape. We have identified another one in Limpopo. So there are various of these investigations that are going on. The public protector issued a report also on Manskral at the Rooiwal Dam, where we are monitoring the implementation of that remedial action as the city of Tshwane continues to implement. We've got a similar one that we have now identified in the Eastern Cape, and the report will be issued in the next quarter, because they have requested to then extension to respond to the notice in terms of Section 79A of the Public Protector Act. Again, is similar, how it affects, how sewage spills from the water treatment plant into the surrounding communities, and how even the ocean has been polluted due to lack of maintenance of that wastewater plant. So those are some of the interventions that we are having. I just want to also I want to touch on the issues of accessibility. CEO will touch on that, of the KZN office, as we try to find alternative accommodation for that office. Outreach program. Oh, yes, there was another question that was raised by Honorable Nomvalo, of whether there are matters that are not accepted, and how do we categorize complaints. I have touched on it. Yes,
please deal with the entire intake system just briefly.
Yes, and briefly, I'm just going to take the members through our intake process right up to investigation. When we receive a matter, no matter which stream or channel that we receive a matter, it is then all matters that we receive are registered, so that we can account for them even when complainants come back. But then we ascertain whether in terms of the act, whether in terms of our role, they meet the standard of what a complaint should be. Sometimes people or complainants do not give us sufficient information. And this is what I was referring to, honorable members, when I said sometimes with anonymous complainants, we don't have sufficient information to follow up on. However, even if a complaint does not satisfy all our requirements, what happened, where did it happen, which department, if it's a department or state organ, we then get back to the complainant to try and obtain that information. We've noted that a majority of our complainants use email as opposed to just the telephone call, but we call them when they provide the numbers, or we send them an email for those who do not come physically in the office. But whether it's a walk-in or whether we receive it through the various streams, then it goes through a process of confirming whether it satisfies our requirements for a complaint. Secondly, it goes then to a process of screening, which we are piloting here at head office, and we are about to roll it out nationally, where again we look at the nature of the complaint. Is the information there? And once it has gone through a process of screening, then it goes to assessment. Now, the assessment is done by the executive managers, who then look at whether we should accept the complaint or not. Once a complaint is then accepted, it is then allocated for investigation. So at the process of intake, at the screening phase, there may be matters that may then not be accepted. In terms of our act, in terms of our rule, in terms of the constitution, obviously there are matters where we will give feedback to the complainant that the public protector does not have jurisdiction to investigate that complaint. Those are complaints that would be against the banks, so we get a lot of those, against mechanics. Then there are matters that we refer to other entities. We're seeing an escalation of complaints against attorneys. And we've had a meeting recently with the legal services ombuds because we refer a lot of matters to them. However, they also raise their own constraints now that the deputy minister is also here, that they don't even have sufficient space in the office. They don't have resources. So they also rely on us as public protector to then take some of those matters up. We're working with the Legal Practice Council to also address those matters. So we refer to various other ombuds where it is relevant. And then there are those matters that are rejected. The matters that are rejected in terms of our rule 6 subsection 3, those are matters coming from people who are public servants, are subject to the Public Service Act, where there's another entity that can deal with the matter better, or authority to deal with that matter. Matters that are before court, while matters that are before court, if it's the same issue, same parties before court, it's the same issues that are raised before court, that which once the court has pronounced would have a binding effect on the public protector. So we don't outright reject matters that are before court, but we go through that evaluation of establishing whether the remedy that is sought before court is what also is expected, it's a relief that is expected from the public protector, and then we advise the complainant accordingly on those matters. There was an issue that was raised by Honorable Klopper on the quality versus quantity. It is this reason why we have then also looked at one, adherence to our service standard in terms of finalizing matters within turnaround time. With the case management system that we have implemented since August 2022, we are able to track now performance of individual investigators as well as units to then identify where the gaps may be, where the blockages may be in terms of the performance, so that ultimately we produce quality investigation, quality reports. So we don't push for the numbers, but again, we know that we need to adhere to our standards. We know that there have been concerns in terms of the length of time that we are taking in finalizing our complaints. So we are trying to balance between the two to ensure that we conduct proper quality investigations, and we then issue those reports on a positive majority of the matters that we have concluded by means of investigation. So the performance that we have had in the previous year, while it is 81%, but we are satisfied that in terms of the quality of those investigations and the outcome, it has benefited the complainants more than those matters that are not substantiated. Honorable Chairperson and members, I trust that I've covered all the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nidi, and thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson and the members. Mine are very few. The question from Honorable Klopper regarding the allocated funds, what will they be used for? The additional 20 million, it will all be utilized for filling of posts. Because remember, when we had a 37 million budget cut, we had to freeze the filling of some of the posts. So we'll release those. We are releasing those posts now. So we are in the process of filling those posts using that money. And the other question was how much was spent from the CARA funds that were allocated. The first year's allocation was about 17 million. And unfortunately, we were able to spend only 4 million. We had a slow start, I must say, but it was primarily because of the procurement that we had to go through of the service providers, the procurement of the panels of service providers that must assist us with the investigations. So we should see that picking up, but we've used some of the money now for training as well, and we're still awaiting invoices in that. The other question is regarding the accessibility of the office in Durban. We've tried everything, and it seems as if nothing is working, actually. So we have resorted now to issuing a tender of our own, and we'll be going through our own procurement. We've written to the department, to the DG of Public Works in that regard, to alert him that we will be doing our own procurement, because it's been years now that we've been waiting for public protector, for the department to assist us to get accommodation. But we also looked at the legislation, the Government Immovable Asset Management Act. It doesn't seem to be binding the constitutional institutions like the public protector to use the public works to procure office accommodation. So in that regard, then we've decided that we'll be. So we are in constant consultation with the Department of Public Works, because they are experts in the field, to assist us even to make sure that the specification that we put out there makes a lot of sense, but we'll be undertaking our own procurement. The other question that was raised is which posts by Honorable Matafa, which posts will be prioritized? It's a mix. We'll prioritize certain investigation posts, but over and above that, we need posts for people to support the investigations. We need data analysts to support. We need legal researchers. We also need specialists in procurement investigations, as Advocate Van der Merwe mentioned. We also want to get an in-house wellness practitioner. So those are the posts that we're prioritizing to be filled as part of expanding the capacity of the institution, because whilst we say people must investigate, we need somebody who's going to take care of their emotional well-being. And just to amplify what Philani said regarding, I know Member Tsotesi, Honorable Member Tsotesi, you asked the question, you said sometimes communities raise questions. They want to know from you the status of their matters. And Philani mentioned that we have the self-service portal. You can actually, you'll be able to assist those complainants. If they have a reference number, they give you a reference number, and then you can log onto our self-service portal. You put a reference number, and then it will provide the update on that matter. So anybody, and probably at some point through UTPP, we might probably want to be given a space to go and demonstrate the self-service portal as well as the callback facility to the honorable members, because we are aware that they also consult a lot with community members. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the members.
Thank you. Chairperson, just to finalize on the outstanding questions, starting with the questions raised by Honorable Nomvalo. I think the COO has touched on some of the mitigating factors that we have in place for the security of staff. I must say that the situation is becoming volatile, and we pick it up in two folds. Firstly, in some areas where the staff would take time to investigate matters in which they have fears, and in other areas you would find that staff would even ask that head office investigates those matters. So the mitigating factors in that regard have been put in place. There has been an assessment that has been done by security management, but I think the intervention of reducing or taking our services to the districts is going to assist us to balance out the budget to provide more physical security at our offices, because in areas where we are in satellite, for instance, at the courts, there would be security at those courts. So that strategy is actually helping us. It would not be sufficient, but at least we will be able to provide security in the provincial offices. And in some areas like the Eastern Cape, for instance, we are moving offices. It has proven to be a risk in the area in which the public protector is situated. So we are putting in multifaceted means in our assessments and our interventions. Our legal services, honorable members, is, as Advocate Van der Merwe say, heavily involved in our due diligence, but obviously the limitations of their workload vis-a-vis the number of matters that we are issuing. So it is not in each and every matter that they would be involved, but where the report is signed by the public protector, they are part of our full bench, which does our quality assurance. But also we've factored in quality assurance throughout our investigation process. It's part of our case management, and therefore also this need of us balancing quality versus quantity. And on the extortion cases, we are receiving those. We are busy investigating them. We haven't finalized any at this stage. I'm also advised that we are also receiving cases around the taxi industry as well, which we are busy investigating, which obviously increases the risk around our investigators as well. The priority on the satellite offices. We've actually identified throughout the country the districts, and the reason why we've identified it, we've realized that our regional offices now, not our provincial, our regional offices are not getting as many matters as we would want them to get. And the issue is really the public protector's accessibility. For instance, in KwaZulu-Natal, the regional office was in Pietermaritzburg. Now, how far are the people of Newcastle? How far are the people of the South Coast? How far are the other areas like your your Ulundi, Kwanongoma, etc. But the allocation really has heavily relied upon where do we get accommodation first. So that has been the major determining factor. For instance, Ulundi was actually identified even before all the other offices, but we have actually been struggling with getting accommodation at Ulundi. But the intervention of the portfolio committee as well, when they visited our Durban provincial office, has helped. It seems like there is some move towards us getting the office and that space allocation being finalized. Honorable members, we've got several MOUs with community-based organizations, including Amakosi, to ensure that we've got a holistic approach when we conduct our outreach programs and stakeholders and those who assist us, not just in identifying matters and challenges within communities, but also in the implementation of our remedial action. We actually also do inspections in local to determine whether the remedial action has actually been implemented, not just what the department is saying, but the actual implementation of the remedial action. The COO has outlined our processes, which really seek to ensure that there's a quicker resolution of matters. Our intake process is actually smooth, it is fair, it is diligent as well, so that all matters are attended to accordingly. On the matters raised by Honorable Muhlala, I'm really only going to limit myself to how do we fill the gap in the institution of not having a DPP, because really that's the only thing that's within my purview. The other matters are really not within my purview, and I wouldn't want to divulge into that space. The Public Protector Act states that the Public Protector shall be assisted by the DPP, the CEO, and staff. Now, these are the delegations that the Public Protector gives, including the DPP. So how I've delegated to the CEO. Fortunately, the CEO is an auditor by profession, so she is also involved in investigation. So I've spread the delegations throughout the institution, and the institution is really doing its best to function. And the DPP position is not the only vacancy in the institution. As the CEO has alluded, there's a number of vacancies and posts that were frozen as a result of the reduction of the 37 million rands. So we are trying by all means to balance the entire vacancy structure of the institution, and now we will obviously be filling the posts in line with the new organizational design which we would be putting in place, and obviously we would bring it before the portfolio committee, where we are prioritizing critical areas such as specialized investigations, research, knowledge management of the institution, reconstituting some other areas such as our communications and stakeholder units, our customer service unit to be fit for purpose and to assist us to deliver on the new deliverable that we have on customer service. Around the National Lottery Commission, the SIU is investigating that aspect. So we avoid duplicating efforts, and we are satisfied that the SIU is holistically dealing with that matter, because they also have the powers to investigate maladministration as we have. So we are of the view that also, if you would find the Public Protector also investigating that, it will really be a duplication of efforts, and particularly in a matter so intricate. If you've got many role players, then there are many risks that are created within the investigation. So to contain those and ensure that the SIU smoothly conducts that matter and finalizes it, the Public Protector is not investigating that matter. There are many failures in municipalities which we investigate. The COO has touched on a number of them. I mean, we have now identified the issue of the appointment of administrators in municipalities. And our Northwest province is busy putting together for approval the systemic investigation in this regard, which I have also raised with the executive and the leadership of the Northwest, which the legislature has actually confirmed that you would find the same administrators who commit maladministration in one municipality being moved from one municipality to another. They even incorporate them from other provinces, but clearly looking that those are administrators which are not best performers. So we are now going to conduct a systemic investigation to identify what is the root cause of this and what is the impact of it, including the housing project. We have identified that in our CARA funding, which we would actually look into the deficiencies in the RDP housing, not just the allocations, but the incomplete houses throughout the country. We have actually established that there's a number of houses that stand incomplete over years. So we will also be conducting a systemic investigation amongst others in that. Honorable Mashala, the issue of Enoch Nkijima, may I kindly deal with that last after I finish all the questions, because it might just be a little bit lengthy. Honorable Manyi, on the issue of the leadership's view on the consolidation of the SIU into the PPSA, I mean, the entire architecture of the anti-corruption framework is being dealt with by NACAC, and the Public Protector has made its inputs into that. Basically, we are of the view, and this is based on studies that we have also done as the Public Protector, is that whichever form or structure the state decides to take in the anti-corruption arsenal, it is not advisable to have one institution that is investigating matters that involve maladministration and anti-corruption. Because if the one institution collapses or any other thing happens, there must be another institution which can be of recourse to the people. So in the broader sense, that is our view, but also the independence of these institutions and full independence, and including the full independence of the Public Protector, is very important in fighting corruption. E-filing, yes, we have introduced e-filing, Honorable Manyi. Our case management system is basically our tool in that respect. We still do have physical files. I've also come across some boxes, but I've been assured that a service provider has been appointed to move those to an off-site storage, and those which are on site are properly filed, because we are, according to law, required to keep these matters for a certain period of time. And we still have matters, even though they lie dormant in courts of many years ago, which we are now busy contacting departments to ensure that those matters are actually attended to.
Let's wrap up, PP.
Have a guiding calendar, Honorable Tsotetsi, in respect of our outreach and stakeholder program. It is informed by the messaging of the institution, but we do ensure that our outreach program is really influenced by either the conditions which we would pick up through public platforms, pending investigations that we are having, and even incoming complaints that we will be receiving. So we have interns who are doing the data analysis around that, and that is another area which we need to fill, which is of data analysis. But our outreach is actually informed by that. We are currently concluding a document on involving youth university students in a street law project who will form part of our outreach program to ensure that we actually have a wider reach to young people, disabled people, and elderly people who are at homes. So part of our work will also be doing door-to-doors into these communities that are unable to reach the offices of the public protector. Honorable Matafa, I think Advocate van der Merwe has at large dealt with these issues. Yes, these have been dealt with. Now, finally, on the issue of Enoch and Kichima, I must state that, honorable members, we will be tabling before the National Assembly and the NCOP, in line with our rules, the reports of Doranginza as well as Enoch and Kichima. In Enoch and Kichima, honorable members, we've actually applied what we believe should be the case in our country, a systemic approach to matters of erosion of governance and ultimately when there's clear suspicion of corruption. Now, the facts in this matter, basically, when it was reported to us by several complainants, was that there was collusion in the tender process for the Lesotho Stadium and that the stadium remains incomplete. Upon investigation, we actually found that there were two processes employed, which was against the supply chain management policy, which is against the PFMA, in arriving in selecting a service provider, which was actually number 4. Not even first, second, third, but which was actually 4th. And the reason for not taking the first qualifying service provider was that the service provider had already had many tenders within that municipality, but there was no reason for the second and the third service provider. And be as it may, the legislation provides that there has to be just reason why the first service provider has not been selected. So in this matter, upon investigation, we then found that some of the employees, and one of them was actually convicted in the Commercial Crimes Court in February this year. So some of these employees actually come from other municipalities, having committed maladministration in those municipalities. And that maladministration then continued at Enoch and Kichima. And thereafter, they were then employed at other municipalities. With that kind of a track record. So some of them, and even in senior position, one of them is now an MM and the other is now the head of supply chain management. So the two of them move together from one municipality to another, which is quite suspicious. Hence, we've actually also referred this matter to the Hawks. But what we then found upon looking into the financials of the company involved, which is Talami, was that there was no indication of payments in terms of work done at the stadium. Now, that was another suspicion. And furthermore, that immediately when this company was paid by the municipality, the funds were then dispersed into other funds, trusts, other accounts, beneficiaries, which have no relation with services that would necessarily have been rendered. But I think most disheartening is the state of the so-called stadium. You know, it is still an open felt, which is just has a fence around it with a guardhouse, dilapidated ablution facilities, no water, no electricity, dry grass, so which is nothing close to what it was in the bid specifications. So we've really struggled in this investigation due to delayed cooperation with the investigation, but ultimately we then finalized it. But we also found that though the current MEC was not the MEC who was there when the maladministration took place, but when he took over, he actually, in line with his powers, instituted a forensic investigation. And the forensic investigation took longer. When he was issued with an interim report, which clearly outlined the malfeasance, he didn't take any action. A year later, he was issued with the final report. And this is the time when we had already started our investigation. He didn't make any action. We made follow-ups with him and his office. And ultimately, mid last year, he tabled the report in the municipal council, but has not done so to date in the legislature as is required of him. Hence, we then I've taken remedial action against him for that purpose, because it's very important that in the fight against malfeasance in state affairs and corruption, that the leadership is seen to be stepping up. Because it would have avoided those other two officials being employed at more senior positions in other municipalities. But our remedial action is very clear on consequence management that needs to be taken. And of course, it identifies the gaps which we have in our policy framework as well as in our legislative framework, that when an employee moves from one municipality to another, there is no provision on discipline or consequence management on conduct committed in the previous employment. So what we've done in this aspect, because it cannot be that due to that reason, there can't be any consequence management, because that is actually what encourages employees to move from one area to another, knowing very well that there will not be any consequences. So we have looked at case law, and we have found some case law which would actually justify why the MEC must ensure that there's consequence management in cooperation with the two employers, the previous and the current employer. But also we are taking a systemic approach where we are saying that the Minister of COGTA must then ensure that there is a legislative and policy provision in this regard, the same as it's done for the public services. But furthermore, we've looked into what is the challenge with business doing business with the state? And it is not the first time that we observe this. We've seen this during the era of the PPEs, for instance, the flow of funds, which are highly suspicious. So we've then made a recommendation to National Treasury that within the framework of the regulations for the public procurement bill, that they must incorporate an ethics and integrity process framework into that will look into doing business with the state. That is very critical, and that will also assess previous work done, because what we've found as well is that companies leave projects incomplete and move on to receive another project. For instance, Talami has received a number of projects within the Eastern Cape, but considering their track record. So we need to close that gap. So we have actually taken a systemic approach in respect of that, and that is for the National Treasury to then implement. And that is obviously over and above the specific remedial action on the consequence management of each and every one of the participants in both the BEC and the BAC. But furthermore, we've realized, not just through this matter, that some of the BEC and BAC members are merely bypasses or standbyers within the processes. They would actually be the ones who are running the process, and others, it's either they are not trained because they are not within the finance sector. Therefore, they have very little knowledge of what they are doing. So it's also within the legal framework to ensure that those who are appointed to BEC and BAC members are actually fully trained, and they know very well what they are doing and the consequences thereof. Now, in terms of enforcement, we have obviously given timelines to the executive for the Premier as the executive authority of the province to ensure the implementation of these remedial actions and so forth. But part of our enforcement efforts is that we actually engage the executive in our remedial actions. So we are intending to engage the Premier, the Minister for COCTA, because this is not the first report where we were asking for reforms within COCTA. And part of that reforms is the involvement of councillors in either the project or perceived involvement. And so it is also for the reform of the code of conduct of the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, PP. Can you hear us? PP, can you hear us?
That concludes our responses, Chairperson, and we hope that we've responded satisfactorily. Should there be any question which we have not responded to, it would have been an oversight, and we do apologize. Thank you.
Can you hear us, PP, on your side? Well, it looks like the team can hear us on our side. DM, can you quickly enter in few minutes? We have Information Regulator.
Chairperson?
Hold on,
Chairperson,
DM.
yeah,
Hold on, DM. Oram Mhlala.
No, it's just that the unfortunate part is that the PP cannot hear us. And I wanted to ask a question with regards to the Enoch Mugidima's matter as well. Because it
Okay,
seems
can we reduce
I
that?
can now hear. I can now
Can we
hear,
reduce
Chairperson.
that into writing so that they give a written response? I'm also worried about time, and it looks like we've disconnected with them in terms of hearing the voice. We have information regulator waiting on the other side.
No,
I think also
I'm
on
online, Chair.
she's
on
I'm
online.
online. I'm on
It's
the
just a
line.
short question. I can just ask and then she can respond via writing. It's fine.
Okay.
In terms of the response, she can come in writing.
Okay.
But my concern is most of your remedial action, PP, the accountability is only limited to the official, while the executive often escape consequences. Really, this raises serious concern about selective enforcement and the protection of those in political power. Because with Enoch Mukujima, as I'm listening to you, the officials are the ones that are facing accountability, but you don't talk anything about the executive. I don't think the officials can be engaged in criminal activities without the leaders, the political heads, being part of that, forming part of that corruption as well. And please, in writing, respond also about the issue of the BMW X3 of the mayor, Matota Papiana, so that because you did not respond on the issue as you are speaking now, in writing, just tell us in short what happened. And there's another issue as well in Limpopo of a speaker who bought a BMW as well with a huge amount of money in the legislature. Can you please also tell us what happened? Are you also doing the investigations in that regard? If not, why? When are you going to do the investigation? If you have done that, please tell us how far are you with the investigations. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Oram Mhlala. PP will respond to that in writing. DM, can you close?
Yeah. Chairperson, thank you very, very much. Just again to commend the Public Protector and Office for the good work and for their very comprehensive replies. Secondly, to urge the committee and Parliament to expedite the matter of the Deputy Public Protector. Thirdly, to give the committee the assurance that we are working with the Public Protector in terms of legislative reform. And I think lastly, it would be remiss of us to not, on this occasion, also to convey our condolences to the Public Protector's predecessor on the loss of her spouse, Advocate Professor Thuli Madonsela, on the loss of her spouse, Mr. Richard Foxton. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much for those inputs and for consistently coming to ensure that we represent the department in these APPs and budgets. Members, I won't be doing any closing remarks. We're already short on time. The information regulator has been waiting in the platform. PP, thank you very much.
Just one little thing. I don't know if I missed the response time to the written questions. Just all. When will I get the responses? That's all I'm looking for. Just a date or just estimated time. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we'll escalate that. We'll respond to you soon. PP, are you able to quickly give us the when can the written responses be expected?
The written responses to the questions raised by Honorable Mahlala, because those are the only ones before us, we should be able to submit these within 7 days.
There are
And
also written questions the committee secretary will share with you. There are also written questions by Honorable Manyi.
Oh, okay. I'm advised now that they've been received during the session. We will submit them, all of them, within 7 days.
Thank you very much, PP. Thank you very much to you and your entire team. Continue doing the great work. Of course, that great work will not be without challenges. We are here to support you in navigating through those challenges as the portfolio committee. And of course, we are to accelerate the work on the DPP, as it was mentioned by members here. We are trying to resolve whatever issues that would have derailed us in that respect. Thank you very much, PP, you and the team. You are now excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Committee Secretary is the information regulator team on the platform.
Chair, the information regulator team is on the platform.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Information Regulator, Advocate Lakula, and the team. And of course, let us issue a sincere apology for having been delayed. In the ordinary, we're supposed to be in the last part of your presentation by this time, but due to the OCJ report and the Public Protector extensive APP and budget, we delayed. But we hope that we'll be able to be quick and cover up time in the APP and budget of IR. Apologies, Chair, for that delay. We saw that we would have joined earlier, thinking that we are going to conclude very fast. Chair, you can come now with the presentation and your team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and honorable members of the committee, and also to the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. I hope we'll be given enough time too, because usually we are the last and, we are given 30 minutes and expected to rush through our presentation. I'm not going to waste time, as Honorable Chairperson. I'm here with the members, except for Advocate Lebogang Strom, who is representing us in Germany at the Annual General Assembly of Information Commissioners. Otherwise, there is Mr. Gwala and Ms. Tilly, and then the CEO and his executives. And without further ado, with your permission, I'm going to hand over to the CEO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and honorable members. We are going to do a presentation on our APP and budget. And good afternoon to the Honorable Deputy Minister. My apologies. We will start our presentation on slide number 4, where we just want to brief the committee on our high-profile cases, which relate to the Protection of Personal Information Act. And I will ask Advocate Bikanyo to briefly just take the committee through these high-profile cases, and thereafter ask Advocate Madisa to do the same on slide 5 to deal with high-profile cases of Bahia. I will then ask Mr. Dimba to deal with the key developments on our policy and international developments. From there, Chairperson, I will deal with the entire presentation until the CFO deals with the budget. Through you, Chairperson, I'll ask the colleagues to quickly deal with that in a minute or two each.
Okay, proceed.
Advocate Bikanyo.
Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members and the Deputy Minister. The first matter that we have is that of CIP subs, South African Police Services, and this is the second complaint that we are investigating that has gone to the Enforcement Committee. This matter really related to the unlawful dissemination of the personal information on WhatsApp by these members of the South African Police Services during the course of an investigation. The matter is still before our Enforcement Committee, and I'm not going to go into details relating to that, but it related to an incident that happened, a matter that happened in the Northwest Province, one in Rustenburg. It was something that was highly publicized in the media. And the second matter that we have that we are currently investigating is that of CIPC. There was a security breach at CIPC, and the members would know that CIPC processes personal information registers, names of directors, etc. And after the security compromise, we went in and we investigated the matter. The matter is in its final stages also. And it's going to be referred to the enforcement committee. We also then have a matter that we are also investigating. We have Vumacam related to the installation of security cameras around Johannesburg. And really the primary issues that were raised were privacy issues, in that if you were going about your daily activities, you would have your personal information would be processed, in that the cameras would then be zooming in on you, and this raised serious privacy issues. We also had the matter that we are investigating of WhatsApp and IEC, and maybe just to quickly go through the matter of IEC. The members would recall that during the election, we had personal information that was unlawfully disseminated or unlawfully processed by the IEC. And as a result of that, because IEC, when they complied with we had given them particular time frame within which to comply with our enforcement notice, and they only came back later than the time frame with their report. And against that backdrop, we then issued a fine of 100,000 rand because they had not submitted their report within the prescribed deadline. The matter of WhatsApp is a matter that we still currently are engaging on with WhatsApp. The members would recall that we had assessed WhatsApp in that it was violating several provisions of POPIA. The first issue essentially was that the privacy policy of WhatsApp forced users to agree to the terms without giving them a real choice of consent. So it was a take it or leave it situation. And WhatsApp did not, secondly, also clearly state the purpose of the collection of the personal information. And there was also the issue that we picked up of sharing of personal information with Meta companies. Then we also had the matter of Lancet Laboratories. Insofar as Lancet was concerned, we had received 47 security compromises And we then went to Lancet and we had conducted an assessment in relation to Lancet. I may hasten to say at this stage that the matter has just recently been finalized, and the outcome is going to be provided to the responsible party. Those were the matters, the high-profile matters, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, that we are dealing with, and I wish to hand over to the CEO with your indulgence, Chairperson.
Then, Chairperson, we move to the next slide, to slide 5, high-profile cases on Bahia. I'll request Advocate Madisa to briefly take us through those matters.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair of the committee, members, the Deputy Minister, and the Chair of the Regulator and members. Chair, insofar as the Promotion of Access to Information Act is concerned, we have about 5 high-profile matters that we are dealing with. The first one, Chair, was against the Department of Health in Gauteng, wherein there was a request for records related to alleged tender fraud. We have engaged with both the department as well as the complainant in this matter, and we have managed to settle this matter amicably, and the department undertook to release the requested records, following which we then issued a settlement certificate as the regulator. The second matter relates to the South African Revenue Services, wherein there was a request for records of individual tax returns of a public figure. And Chair, we have investigated this matter, and the report is currently serving before our enforcement committee, and it will be finalized after a recommendation is made by the committee to the members. Then, in terms of the last 3 matters against the social media platforms, it's Google, Meta Inc., as well as Twitter. Chair, the complainant here is the same person, and they were requesting the same records. And the records related to the classification of elections, the risk assessment concerning South Africa's electoral integrity, and the application of global policies to local context within the 3 social media houses. These cases, Chair, are still under investigation, and we have encountered a challenge wherein the respective bodies are raising the issue of jurisdiction because they are outside of the Republic of South Africa, but we are investigating and are consulting, and they should be finalized soon. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CEO.
The next one, Chair, is on slide 6, where we just want to keep the committee abreast of key developments, especially around policy and international involvement of the regulator. I request Mr. Dimba to briefly tackle that, Chair. Mr. Dimba.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, and good afternoon to the Deputy Minister. Chairperson, I'll start off with one of the major policy areas that the regulator has been active on, and that relates to the issue of direct marketing. So in this line of work, we produced a guidance note on direct marketing, and this was published after consultations that we conducted with various stakeholders and the sector. It is intended, Chairperson, that through this guidance note, we will provide some guidance on issues that relate to compliance with POPIA and provide clarity to both responsible parties and the public in the matter of the conduct of direct marketing by means of telephone. The members will be aware that this has been a recurring concern among members of the public, the issue of unsolicited telephone calls that come through as a form of direct marketing. The other major area of policy that we've been working on relates to health regulations, which are a requirement in terms of POPIA. As the regulator, we are required to develop regulations on the processing of health information of data subjects. And to this extent, we have been engaging with the sector on the development of these regulations. We now have input that has come through from the sector, and the regulations are being considered by the members for issuing. On the international front, we've been very active, Chairperson and honorable members. This is in line with our vision of being a truly world-class organization, where we tap into international processes and activities that impact on our work, but we also use those international platforms to influence the development of norms and standards in the area of access to information and protection of personal information. The three that we would like to mention to the committee today relate firstly to the work around the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, where we've been involved in advising the South African negotiating team on the development of various protocols related to the digital trade, various annexes that relate to the digital trade protocol. There are 4 annexes to the digital trade protocol, covering aspects such as cross-border flows of information, issues such as cross-border payments, the digital economy itself and emerging technologies, and aspects such as digital identities. So in all of these annexes, we've been engaging with the South African negotiating team to provide expertise and guidance on various provisions of these annexes to ensure that these provisions do not run counter to the provisions of our own domestic laws, particularly POPIA. The other piece of work we've been active on is in relation to the fight against misinformation and disinformation globally. As the regulator, we've been at the forefront of developing responses by information commissions globally to the issue of mis and disinformation. And to this extent, we've been spearheading the establishment of the Working Group on Information Integrity within the International Conference of Information Commission. And we are currently a co-convener of this working group within the ICIC. Then lastly, Chairperson, one major piece of work at a regional level has been work relating to responses to the emergence of artificial intelligence and other new technologies. As the regulator, we've been part of the technical team that is working on the study by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, looking at artificial intelligence and human rights. It is hoped that the findings from the study will inform further developments on the deployment of AI systems and the adoption of AI systems in African countries. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. We move to the next slide, to slide 7. There, Chairperson, you have our mandate. I will not go through the mandate, just for completeness of this presentation, the constitutional and the legislative mandate. I'll request to move to the next slide that deals with our strategic overview, our vision, our mission, and our values. I will also not go through them, Chair. I take it that they've been read, but it's just for completeness. We'll then move to the next slide, Chair, that deals with the impact statement of the regulator and the key strategic outcomes, Chair. I think I'll just tackle the key strategic outcomes. There are 2. The first one is personal information protected, and the second one is access to information promoted, and it will be reflected in our indicators as we have planned them. We'll then move to the next slide, Chair, which just highlight the members of the regulator and the fact that there's a vacancy. Our chairperson, I think, will speak about that, Chair. And then the committees of the regulator are highlighted in the slides, Chair. I will not also speak about each one of them. We'll then move on to the next slide, Chair, that deals with our organizational structure. In this organization is high-level chairperson. The only one that is highlighted in red is our provincial offices, which we have not as yet established because of budget constraints, but all other areas of these organizational structures have been established, including the appointment of the audit committee, and we are also establishing the internal audit unit. I'll then move to measuring our performance, which is slide number 13. Chairperson, there's a table there in slide number 13. The regulator has planned a total of 26 performance indicators for the financial year 2025-2026. And each one of the 26 indicators has one target. And that brings the number of targets to 26 as well. Just to point out, Chairperson, that they are broken down into different programs. In program 1, you've got 8, program 2, you've got 7, program 3, 7, program 4, 4. But to indicate as well, Chair, that it may look like in program 1, which is administration, there are more indicators which are support. It's not the case. We actually have all in all 23 indicators which come from the core, which come from our mandate. It's just the placing of others are in program 1 because it's work that is done by our members, and it's also work that is done at a support level. So that's a summary of our indicators, Chairperson. We'll move to the next slide that starts with the first program, which is administration. And in this work, Chair, the first 3 indicators under administration are core indicators that comes from our mandate. We've planned to measure the percentage of matters that are referred to the enforcement committee by our 2 core divisions, Popia and Bahia. And our annual target there, Chairperson, is 50%. And we do not have quarterly milestones. The second indicator, Chair, we plan to measure the percentage of recommendations and findings of the enforcement committee submitted to the members for consideration and finalization. And there, Chairperson, we've targeted 60%. And even there, we do not have quarterly milestones. And the third indicator, Chair, is we do assessments. We visit different institutions and we assess them on their compliance with POPIA. We've targeted to measure the reports that come from those assessments, which members must consider and finalize. We've targeted 50% of those as an annual target, and there are no milestones. And these are the 3 core that are in the administration. And we move to the next one, Chair, which are still core, which are in program 1C, which relate to our legal services. Under 1.4, Chair, it's the health regulation that Mr. Dimba just spoke about, that we've targeted to finalize them by tabling and publishing them at the end of this financial year. So that's our target for the health regulation. And the next one, we've also decided that we should start a process of the amendment of POPIA and PAEA to address gaps that are in the 2 pieces of legislation. And we have targeted that we'll propose amendments, submit them to the minister at the end of the financial year. And that's our target in terms of the work we do under legal. And there are obviously quarterly milestones for the 2 under legal. We move to the next one, Chair, which is still under administration, our work in ICT. where we are developing applications that will assist the public with application for exemption and prior authorization. And we are targeting 2 for the financial year. We are doing them in-house. We've we've appointed developers who are doing that work for the information regulator. And then the next one, Chairperson, is the one that is on support and is based on our budget and on our procurement. So the first indicator there on page 17 is percentage expenditure on allocated budget on goods and services and capital assets. We are targeting to spend 95% of our budget. But for us to do that, we need to procure, we need to do procurement. So the next indicator deals with percentage of procurement that we do on goods and services. We've also targeted 95%. And the 2 annual targets are also broken down into quarterly milestones. The next one, Chair, we move to program 2, which is the protection of personal information, and it's on the table on page 19. Chair, we have there 7 indicators. 3 of the indicators are based on the complaints that we receive from the public. 3 are based on compliance that we ensure. So on the complaints, we've divided them into 3. The first one is percentage of complex complaints investigated, completed, and referred to the enforcement committee within the prescribed timeframes. Our annual target is 60% and is broken down into quarterly milestones. The second one is percentage of simple complaints investigated and completed within the prescribed timeframes, and our target there is 85%, which is broken down into quarterly milestones. And the third one is percentage of simple complaints resolved through conciliation and mediation within the prescribed timeframes, and we have targeted 100% of those complaints, and they are also broken into milestones. The next set of indicators deal with compliance. The first one, which is 2.4, is number of responsible parties assessed at own initiative on compliance with POPIA. We've targeted 6, and we have quarterly milestones. The next one on compliance is number of Section 89 interim reports submitted to the members. This is after the division would have gone out and conducted assessments. They would produce reports that would be submitted to the members. So there's a link between this and the indicator under administration. And we've targeted 10, and that is broken down into a number of quarterly targets. And then the last one under compliance is percentage of responsible parties assessed upon request within the prescribed time frame, and the number there is 40%, and then we've broken it down into milestone as well. The last indicator under POPIA, Chairperson, is the draft code of conduct on processing of personal information at gated accesses approved. We know that there are gated accesses where people live, even in the industrial areas of this country, and the regulator wants to come up with an own initiative code on this area of work. And the target is that the first draft, where we shall have consulted with people who are involved in this, must be approved at the end of the financial year, and it has got its own quarterly targets. We move to the next program, Chairperson, which is promotion of access to information. We also have 7 targets, 3 on complaints, 3 on compliance, and there's another one that will be the 7th. The first one is same as the one in Popia, percentage of protection, percentage of complex complaints investigated. The target is 70%. The next one is percentage of simple complaints investigated and completed. The target is also 70%. And they have quarterly milestone. If you move to the next slide, please. The next one is percentage of simple complaints resolved through mediation is the same as the one in Popia, and the target is 70%. There's quarterly milestones. We then have the three that deal with compliance. And in this case, we have the first one there being number of own initiative assessments on compliance. That comes from the regulator that we initiate. We targeted 80% of those compliance assessments that we'll undertake. The next one is percentage of public and private bodies assessed upon compliance within the prescribed timeframes, 70%, which has got quarterly targets as well. And then there's monitoring that we do after we have assessed and we have issued reports or for the previous financial year. We go back and we monitor. So we will be monitoring those that we assessed in the previous financial year, and we're targeting 100% of those that we assessed. Then last one, Chair, which is the seventh under per year, is annual assessment reports developed and published. We want to issue an annual assessment report on all the institutions that we have assessed, and we publish them so that it's known how many we have assessed, how many we've published, the outcomes. Obviously, we shall have gone through all the processes of getting all these reports approved. So once that is completed, we'll publish an annual report for the consumption of the public. I will then move to the next, which is education and communication on page 23, Chairperson. There are 4 indicators under education and communications. The first one is number of education programs conducted to promote protection of personal information. We're targeting 14 programs for the financial year, and we've broken them down into quarterly targets. The next indicator is the number of education programs conducted to promote access to information. The first one is to promote protection of personal information. The second one is to promote access to information. We have the same target, 14 programs that will be conducted by the regulator. And then the next indicator is number of public awareness programs on the right of access to information and the right to privacy conducted by the regulator. And we are targeting 24 programs, awareness sessions. So they will be broken down into 4 targets per quarter. And the last one, Chairperson, under education and communication, is number of proposed pieces of legislation or policy of government examined and reports submitted. We are targeting 6, and there we do not have quarterly milestones. We have an annual target of 6. Chair, I will then hand over to the CFO to take the committee through our budget. Thank you, Chair. CFO.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee and the honorable members, the Minister, Chairperson of the Information Regulator, and the members and colleagues. The budget that has been allocated for 2025-26. Firstly, we welcome and appreciate the increase on the budget by 18%. The focal point will be on the 4th column, which is 2025-26, from 110 million on the previous year of 2024-25. Our budget was increased to 135.7 million. And the focal point of the increase was on compensation of employees, which is 105 million. It was 81.5 million. So 20 million was an increase, which increased it to 105. Goods and services was slightly increased by 3%. It's from 27.8 million to 29.8. And the most of the increase was through reprioritization from our capital assets budget, which was initially 1.5 million in 2024-25 and decreased to 777,000. It was decreased by 700,000. So that reprioritization was aimed at increasing our budget in goods and services. The increase, the indicated increase over the MTEF is at 4% on annual increase basis. In 2026-27, the budget will be 141 if nothing changes, and then it will also increase to 146 in 2027-28. If we can move to the next slide. And then the breakdown of the increases per program, we have reconfigured our budget structure as the information regulator. We are configured in 4 programs, which the CEO has indicated while he was alluding to our APP targets, the administration being the biggest. That has been allocated 60.2% of the budget, which is 45% of the budget of the information regulator. And this allocation per program, it is inclusive of goods and services. So administration has been allocated 60.2, POPIA 32.4, PAIA 21.8, and EDUCOM 20.4. And it increases as indicated earlier by 4%. The main reason for the allocation to be bulky on administration is due to the fact that most of the support functions are under Program 1. Those are HR, ICT functions, legal services, the Office of the Chair, the Office of the CEO in finance and supply chain. So you'd find that the highest cost drivers are driven under the support structures by virtue of the structured budget. If we can move on to the next slide. Budget broken down per compensation of employees per economic classification. It's still the under administration, still the largest, 35.7 on compensation of employees. POPIA 31.5, PAIA 21 million, and EDUCOM 16. And I may just mention that 70% of the budget of the information regulator is allocated to compensation of employee, because our work is more labor intensive, so it requires a lot of people to actually implement our acts. If we can move on to goods and services, our goods and services and capital assets is 30% of the budget, and it's broken down into administration being 24.5, as I've explained earlier, that the cost drivers are highly here. They are focused on this support services because the rent is paid under this program. The ICT infrastructure is mostly located here. The legal costs are also under the administration, even though they are driving the core function, but you find that because of the configured structure, most of the expenditure falls within the administration. So POPIA has been allocated 926,000 under goods and services, and then PAIA 838,000, EDUCOM 3.6. The main reason why EDUCOM seems to be having a little bit more under goods and services is because of the public engagements that are driven under this program. If we can move to the next slide. Then the preliminary expenditure is at the end of 24-25. Out of the budget of 110 million that we were allocated in the previous financial year, we have spent 98% of our budget, the actual expenditure being 108 million, 0.6. Under compensation of employees, we were allocated 81 million and we spent 80 million, and the underspending was 1.4 million. This was due to some of the vacant posts that had not been filled and the ones that were vacated during the course of the year. For example, Executive PAIA. And then under goods and services, there was an overspending of 386,000. We've indicated that there's a lot of pressure under goods and services. It is 30% of our allocation, and 27 was allocated in the previous year, 27.3. And then we spent 27.7. But it shouldn't be a concern because under capital assets, we did underspend. So the underspending will augment for the overspending that was incurred under household payments and goods and services. So the overall underspending is 2%, which is within the parameters of the required treasury requirements. So I would say that we almost depleted the budget. In the previous year, we had 100% spending 99.9%. So it shows that the expenditure patterns have changed, and moving forward, it shows that the trajectory will move along the same direction of the budget being depleted. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, CEO.
Chairperson, I will hand over to Chairperson of the Regulator to wrap up and hand over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, and thanks to the CEO and his team. The only issue that I would like to raise, which the CEO alluded to, is the issue of the vacancies. As I have communicated with the chairperson of the committee, Advocate Weapon has resigned, so we have a vacancy. And the second one is that the term of one of the part-time members of the committee is coming to an end at the end of November. So would appeal to the committee to expedite the filling of the vacancy, in particular because Advocate Weapon was a full-time member of the regulator. And with his departure, we're battling a bit with issues of quorum because only two of us now are full-time and two other members are part-time. That's it, Chair, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Of course, you would have indicated to us the issues of the vacancy, and we are attending to them. We've already returned to the Speaker to help us expedite the process of filling the vacancy in the Information Regulator. We're waiting that letter from the Speaker so that we're able to proceed. Thank you very much. DM, quick issues to pick up.
Chairperson, thank you very, very much. And thank you so much to the Information Regulator and her team for the comprehensive and very, very helpful report. I think we just want to also emphasize the importance of the work of the Information Regulator, especially in terms of the rising levels of cyber incidents globally in our country, insofar as it pertains both to the private sector, parastatals, and government departments, including, I might add, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And I'll return to that a little bit later. Secondly, the rising levels of disinformation that are characterizing our public discourse in general, including, unfortunately, our political discourse. In that context, I think the Information Regulator continues to play an extremely important role, and we would want to commend Advocate Lakula the commissioners and the staff of the information regulator for the excellent work that they continue doing, the fact that they have been vigorous in tackling both incidents in the private sector and in relation to government and parastatal entities. I think the allocation of resources to the information regulator remains for us also a concern, given the ever-expanding range of work that is required of them to do. Secondly, we have engaged with the information regulator also on certain aspects that might require legislative reform in future, and in particular the classification of the information regulator in terms of the PFMA. It's a matter that Advocate Lakula and I have discussed and which we are taking forward. I think the third area for me, and it's related to the first items that I mentioned, is I was very interested and actually very heartened that the information regulator is also taking up the issue of personal information in the context of ever-increasing surveillance. I remember that not too long ago, during a morning walk in Johannesburg, I just decided as a thought experiment to count the number of surveillance cameras, both attached to private residences, to business facilities, and then also the public video surveillance. I think they referred to the Vuma cams. In the space of an hour, I counted no less than 200 cameras as I walked. And I think it really just indicates that the issue of information and personal information security is indeed a very, very real one. Lastly, I don't want to get into the details of it because it is a matter before court, but I think it is public knowledge that the information regulator has fined the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development with a very, very substantial amount of money. The department is contesting that, and the matter is currently taking its course before the courts of our land. But I did think that it would just be proper to acknowledge that. But Chairperson, really to commend Advocate Lakula and the team for the work that they continue doing. I do think that at a future date, it would be appropriate for the Portfolio Committee to perhaps consider a more in-depth hearing and perhaps together with other portfolio committees into broader issues of cybersecurity. I know that the committee has been seized with certain private members' bills. We know that RICA and is also before the committee, but I do think a more comprehensive hearing would stand us in very, very good stead. More so also, I think, to include the ever-increasing development of artificial intelligence linked to issues of cybersecurity and information security. With that, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. Members, can we interact with the presentation? Honorable Mhlala, Honorable Glober, Honorable Nomvalo, in that order.
No, thanks so much. Let me take an opportunity once more and greet the members of the Portfolio Committee again, and also the delegation from Information Regulator. We welcome the work of the information regulator, particularly its constitutional mandate to defend the right to privacy and the right to access information, both of which are increasingly under threat in this digital capitalist era. However, we must raise critical concern on behalf of the poorest masses of the people, the landless, and the digitally excluded. Chairperson, the regulator is transitioning into a Schedule 3A public entity, which requires significant investment in infrastructure, HR systems, financial management, IT separation from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and governance tools like independent audit structures. However, the APP and the budget do not show concrete figures, timelines, or costed plans for this massive transition. There's no clarity of whether Treasury has provided baseline adjustment to accommodate this new status. So why does the APP not include a detailed transition cost breakdown? Has the regulator formally requested a revised MTEF baseline from Treasury? If not, how does it expect to fulfill a new institutional mandate without institutional funding? Second point, Chairperson, the strategic plan and the APP are too ambitious, but the actual budget tells another story. Despite the explosion in data breaches and low compliance with PAIA, there is no meaningful increase in funding for investigative capacity, enforcement, or legal support. Chair, this austerity discussed a strategic restraint, and the poor are the ones who suffer when cybercrimes, corporate data abuse, and the public sector secrecy go unpunished. So my question is, what percentage of the regulator's total budget is allocated to enforcement and investigation? How does that figure compare to the projected increase in security compromise incidents and PAIA 9 compliance, Chairperson? Chair, we also note the amendment of the POPIA regulation requiring consent for direct marketing. Yet thousands of South Africans still receive unsolicited spam messages daily. Gated estate, funeral schemes, and retailers are still harvesting data without consequence. The regulator launched an online portal for reporting breaches, but is not accessible to the digitally excluded, like the poorest masses of the people. Why has the regulator not launched a community-based reporting mechanism for the poor and rural people who don't have data access? And what enforcement has been done against telecoms and gated estate for illegal marketing? Another fact, Chairperson, is despite claiming to prioritize education and awareness, the APP allocates a minor budget to community-level outreach. There's no visible plan to use radio, community newspaper, or there's nothing that speaks to educating people in townships and rural villages. The system assumes that people can access the e-service portal, but that is a middle-class urban assumption. So my question is, what percentage of the communication and education budget is going to rural outreach, vernacular materials, and radio platforms? Why is there no program targeting SASSA offices, clinics, and community halls, Chairperson? Chairperson, as I'm about to finish, the regulator project 2,500 security compromises in 2025-26 financial year, up from 1,727 in the last financial year. But again, the budget does not reflect the increase in workload. There is no special allocation for building a dedicated computer security incident response team unit, despite its critical role. So my question was, why has the regulator not allocated a ring-fence budget in line for SRI, the Computer Security Incident Response Team. How does it plan to scale up its digital enforcement without compromising other core functions? Chairperson, government department like the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Department of Basic Education have already been fined, as the Deputy Minister has alluded to that when he was making his remark. But repeat breaches remain. The absence of naming, shaming, and blacklisting emboldens state and private actors to ignore POPIA. There is no list of non-compliant bodies published for public scrutiny. Why does the regulator not publish a quarterly name and shame list of repeat offenders, especially government departments? Why are fines not accompanied by criminal referrals or internal disciplinary tracking? Chair, with regards to the office of the information regulator, which is going to be relocated or is already been relocated to the offices, relocated its offices to Woodmead, it's actually very alarming. This elite suburb is geographically and financially inaccessible to many of the regulated stakeholders, particularly rural complainants. Furthermore, the relocation period disrupt walk-in services for 2 months with no real contingency for the poor. Why was the new office located in Woodmead, far from public transport and poor communities? And why are there no temporary satellite office or mobile units for community-based support during relocation, Chair? Lastly, Chairperson, the APP does not outline a strategy to support strategic litigation, even though poor people, whistleblowers, and activists continued to be denied access to information by municipalities, the SOEs, and police structures. The regulator has the power to initiate or support litigation, but has not used it to shift systematic power. Why has the regulator not supported any test case litigation to enforce access to information for landless community, the shack dwellers, or whistleblower? What is stopping the regulator from taking a more activist posture? Chair, as I'm about to wrap now, we have noted that the provincial coordinating subdivision within the information regulator is still not implemented. And the expansion gives points to budget constraints. This raises a very serious concern. Is this not becoming yet another top-heavy institutional elephant, well-resourced at national level but completely disconnected from the daily realities of the people on the ground? How does the information regulator plan to enforce the right to privacy, data protection, and access to information in rural provinces, township, and informal communities without a decentralized presence? What concrete steps have been taken to ensure that this structure is prioritized? And why has the regulator not tabled a revised plan that redistributes or reprioritizes the budget to ensure that at least minimal provincial coordination is piloted in the current financial year? Chairperson, we cannot support institutions that exist only for reporting to Parliament and conferences while failing to build institutional visibility and accessibility where people are most exploited, including by telecoms companies, financial services, and abusive data processors. Has the regulator developed a costed plan for phased rollout of provincial coordination? You stated as well that under Program 1, when you were presenting, you plan to spend 95% of your allocated budget, which realistically can only happen if procurement and operational activities are fully executed. This is what you told us. Does this mean that the implementation of provincial coordination subdivision is included in your procurement and spending plan for this financial year? Or is it excluded entirely from the 95%? If it is excluded, then how do you justify spending nearly your full budget while leaving a core structural reform, one that directly affects accessibility and visibility in provinces, completely unfunded? Chair, can the institution advise whether it has explored concrete alternatives to reduce the use of consultant and prioritize insourcing, particularly for core functions that can be performed by internal capacity? What percentage of the institution's total work, including ICT, legal services, communication, research, and compliance, is currently outsourced to external consultant or service providers? The over-reliance on consultants often reflect not a lack of capacity, but lack of political will to build permanent public capacity, create jobs, and ensure institutional stability. We must not delay the process to fill vacancies, as well as the advocate Hlakula have stated. We will risk undermining the regulator's decision in making quorum, weakening oversight capacity, and failing in our duty to defend the constitutional rights of the people. So as the committee chairperson, we need to start with the process of advertising, shortlisting, and filling the vacancies with agency, and to do so transparently in a manner that ensures that the regulator reflects the skills, independence, and pro-poor orientation needed for effective enforcement. Thank you, chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Glover.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to thank the Information Regulator for the presentation. Chairperson, I'll try to keep it very short due to our very limited time. Honorable Motlala already covered me with my first question in connection with the 2,500 breaches and the capacity to actually handle this. So I think it's quite important. I'd also like to know. Chairperson, from the 1st of April, it was mandatory for all responsible parties to report data breaches via the e-service portal. I just would like to know how many entities are compliant with this and what mechanisms are in place to actually enforce it. Chairperson, I'd also like to know, beyond issuing notices, how many enforcement actions have led to actual sanctions or compliance? What is the follow-through mechanism for unresolved cases? Chairperson, only 278 of the 853 public bodies submitted by reports last year. What specific measurable interventions are planned to change the systemic failure? And lastly, Chair, it's not a question, I just didn't hear correctly. They spoke about the processing at gated communities, and I couldn't hear. The regulator said that they have a draft submission for the end of this financial year. If that is correct, if they could just clarify that. And is there any plan for what type of time frame of implementation is to be expected on that? Chairperson, that's all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I'll be very brief. My major concern, in fact, is on the lack of compliance, in particular by the Department of Health and the police, with regards to PAIA applications rather, and which results to PAIA application being resolved through court orders, applications which in actual sense should have been resolved through internal administrative actions. They end up going to court because of non-compliance, and the courts give court orders and award costs in favor of the applicants and against the institutions, in particular health and the Department of Police, and that is wasteful expenditure. It's a wasteful expenditure, and it's a waste of the taxpayers' money. because it's simple lack of cooperation and efficiency. So how many of those cases, I was hoping to see in the report that how many of those cases maybe have you come across, and what measures have you put in place? Have you engaged these departments to ensure that they improve proper mechanisms, internal mechanisms to ensure that such incidents are not taking place? That is the first one. And then the second one with regards to PAIA and in relation to Section 32 of the Constitution, which ensures all citizens access to information. Now, what is your take on the decision by the Minister of Police to declare the report, the IP report on the Phala matter as top secret, and on the decision that he's not going to disclose that report? So I think PAIA in that context also is very important. It's not a peripheral issue, because members of the public do have a right in terms of Section 32 to have access to information. I think Honorable Mhlala has covered me on the reporting systems or reporting mechanisms rather. That my take is that it is not user friendly, and the same goes to the issue of lack of accessibility by members of the public. This board is unknown, to be quite honest, and I don't think that the information regulator is doing enough to market their objectives and their existence in society. Members of the public don't know that they do have an institution which is important, such as this one, which can assist them in the event where they need its services. Those are my few issues, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable Zodetsi.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just one issue largely covered by speakers before me. I just wanted to check if the information regulator would have ensured that the law enforcement entities are sufficiently acquainted with how to pick up areas where there has been violation of the acts. For instance, there is a rampant violation of Protection of Personal Information Act, which is continuously encountered by members of the public. And how sure are we that when they go, for instance, to a police station and speak about such a violation, they will be able to be assisted? Has the information regulator taken interest in such as part of ensuring that their service is able to be accessed by our people in South Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zodetsi. Chair of the Regulator, can we provide responses and reactions to the questions and comments by members?
Chair, the questions are many, and with your indulgence, I think some of them we will provide responses in writing if you allow us to do that. But I would like to pick up generally on a few questions that have been raised. The question of the provincial visibility raised by Honorable Mhlala, I think it's a very important question that also worries us. And we want to appeal to the committee to assist us with the increase of the budget of the regulator, because without the requisite budget, it's very difficult for us to do the work that we are doing. You know, if you just look at how overstretched our officials are because of the lack of adequate resources. We deal with people we investigate people with deep pockets, like the private sector when it comes to data breaches and POPIA in general. So one investigator deals with about 100 cases, and we need more resources and would appeal to this committee to assist us to get resources so that we can have provincial offices and ensure that we reach out every corner of our country. Repeat offenders, the problem with that is how the act is structured. Because we investigate, we then, after the investigation, we issue an enforcement notice to say to the person that the body that we're investigating to say, comply with our recommendations within a specific period. If they comply, that's the end of the matter. If they don't comply, then we issue an infringement notice. I think the grace period for compliance has to be done away with, so that once a body has violated POPIA, then we should immediately issue a fine. Because this compliance period leads to people complying and then re-offending. They comply, they re-offend. And SAPS is a case in point on this. So one of the proposals for the amendment of POPIA that we'll be bringing is that we should do away with the compliance period so that we should fine immediately after violation of POPIA. The iPad case is an important case, but to say to Honorable Nomvalo that PAIA is structured differently from POPIA, we don't have power to initiate an investigation in PAIA. We can only investigate upon receipt of a complaint for information. The last one that I want to raise is the security breaches. This is a serious problem in this country, and we are thinking that we probably need to convene an indaba, if I can call it that, to talk about this matter, because I don't think we are alive to the problems that we are facing in this country in terms of security breaches, so that we can come together with the police, the Hawks, and everybody to see what is it that we can do jointly to deal with these security breaches upfront. The rest of the questions, most of them are for the CEO. I think he will be able to respond to those that he can, together with his team, Honorable Chairperson, and those that we have not responded to, I think we will do that in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair. CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the questions and for other inputs. The issue of the transition from being under the Department of Justice to Schedule 3A is an issue that we have dealt with, and there's a detailed project plan that is in place to assist us to transition, Chairperson. We can provide the detailed project plan to the committee, but I'll request the CFO just to touch on some of the key details of that project plan. So we have a plan in place. It's just that because it's a transition plan, we did not really incorporate it in our APP, but it's in our operational plan, because beyond the APP we've got, below the APP we've got an operational plan. So I'll just request the CFO to just give the key details of what has happened, what we have done. But we have taken into account that there's a transition and we need to prepare for. So I request the CFO to touch on it, Chair.
Thank you, CEO, through you, Honorable Chair. We have developed the transition plan, and it's got a few work streams which focus on different aspects of the work. In terms of compliance, and the financial systems that need to be procured in order to align ourselves as a Schedule 3A. We have procured the systems. We're at the stage of implementation. Our target was to have implemented the process on the 1st of April. However, the bank account delayed in onboarding us and opening our own bank account. So as a result, we are slightly behind in implementing that. However, we are catching up because by the end of September, we have planned that we should be completely separated from the DOJ. So in terms of the compliance of systems, in terms of the compliance of governance, we've set up the structures, the audit committee, the risk committee to have oversight on our performance in terms of governance issues. We have also developed a funding model which is going to assist our budget to supplement the funding. As the honorable members were concerned about the targets that we have, which exceed the ambition of our budget, the budget is very minimal. So we are coming up with the funding model that is going to assist us to augment our budget. It is taking a little bit of time because it entails a bit of research, it entails a bit of benchmarking, and it also entails the revision of our legislation so that we can be able to impose fines and be able to retain whatever it is that we have implemented. For example, the funding model is proposing that we register all the information officers. There's about more than 3 million businesses in South Africa that have been registered. But as it stands in our database, we are sitting with about 500,000 information officers that have been registered, which is a very small amount. So if we were to register all the information officers, we believe that if the legislation is aligned to that, and it allows us to generate our own income, we will be able to expand the regulator even to the regional offices or the provincial offices, which would address most of the questions that were asked by Honorable Mohlala. So with regards to the other activities, we have drafted the MOU between ourselves and the DOJ, which governs our transition on how we will separate the structures, including the human resources. So we will be transferring all the staff from the DOJ into the database of the information regulator, including the assets. So it's a long plan, as the CEO has indicated, but just in summary, we have looked at all the compliance issues in terms of governance, in terms of aligning ourselves to the legislation, and we have looked at all the areas. So I will hand over again to the CEO, maybe to take us through the relocation project, which is part and parcel of this transition as well, through you, Chair.
CEO, can you also talk about consultants? Because I think it's an important point.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, the question of consultants in the regulator, we've dealt with it in our view very well. We've reduced the number of consultants. For example, like I indicated in the presentation, in our ICT environment, we no longer use many consultants. We now have developers. All the systems that we are now using that are public facing, that are internal facing, have been developed internally, and that has cut on our expenditure in terms of the consultants. In areas where we use consultants, it's where we just get services and not where consultants actually do work for us. Each division has people who do the work that is in accordance with our mandate. For example, we do not outsource investigation, it's done internally. we do not outsource our financial reports that are done internally. Like I said, we do not outsource HR work, it's done internally. So where we have consultants, it's where really we are stretched because of not having capacity, but I'm not sure that it's a big percentage. I would like the CFO just to touch on it, but I do not have the calculation at this stage. But it's one of the point which will provide more information on. But the regulator does not rely on many consultants at this stage of our life as the regulator. Chair, I would just want to ask the CFO to deal with the e-services portal because there have been many questions around the e-services portal, and ask Mr. Dimba to deal with community-based access and what is that we are trying to do. But our biggest problem, Chair, is the budget. We have 30 million for goods and services, machinery and equipment, and almost 80 million for bringing in people. When you look at the 30 million, you have difficulty because you've got to pay rental, you've got to do all these things. You are never going to really reach communities. So the issue of changing the funding model, which funding model, when you look at practices on the continent, just next door, our counterparts in Zimbabwe, in Swaziland, they're charging for registration of information officers. When you look at up the continent, they are charging for information officers. We are relying on allocated budget, appropriated budget by Parliament. We are not getting any income. Budget will really constrain us in trying to do all these things that we are supposed to do. But I'll request Mr. Timba and the CEO, the CIO to touch on those two areas.
CEO, before you give them, can you talk about Woodmead, please, and why Woodmead?
At the beginning of this, late last year, actually, when we planned our APP and strategic plan, we had planned to start procuring our new offices through a proper way of procurement. We had put together all the committees. And at that time, we're still going to be contracted to the current landlord until the end of March 2026. So that process started and we were busy with it. But we were informed by the landlord that the current offices that we are using, they need it for the Johannesburg City Council. They have signed an agreement with the Johannesburg City Council to use those offices. And they use one of the provisions in our SLA to exercise their right to push us out, if I may put it that way. So going to Woodmead was not our initial plan. Our initial plan was to go out and look for offices. So I'm not sure whether I should say more on this because then we had to move with speed because we were given up to the 30th of June to be out of the offices. And we needed to procure offices. And the PIC, which is a state institution, came to our rescue through the landlord because the landlord ceded our contract to PIC so that we have accommodation. That's how Woodmead came about. So I'll hand over to the CIO and to Mr. Dimba.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members, and the Deputy Minister. So the Information Regulator is on a deliberate digital transformation, and at the heart of that journey is our commitment to automating core business processes to enhance our efficiency, our accessibility, and service delivery to the public. You may be aware, and it's been mentioned here before, that we've successfully launched our e-services platform And it's been mentioned as well that has been built internally by internal capacity instead of relying on service providers. And the decision to build our systems in-house has not only proven cost-effective, but it has given us greater control and flexibility in aligning our systems with the mandate of both POPIA and PAIA. There was a question on compliance from responsible parties, particularly PAIA, the annual submissions. We've got some stats publicly available from our portal, but to date, we've got about 60,000 responsible parties submitting their annual reports. The portal is quite busy right now, and it's closing in about 5 days, but we're targeting maybe about 70,000 for the year, based on what we're looking at from the submissions we're receiving. On information officer registration, the CFO mentioned about 3 million companies that are registered with the CIPC, and most of these have not complied yet. And just a minor correction on what the CFO said, she mentioned 500,000, but it's actually, it was 50,000 last time we checked, but we're on about 70,000 now. We're approaching 70,000 responsible parties that have registered their information officers, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the number of entities we've got in the country. So to try and get around this, we've recently partnered with the CIPC, as most private entities come from the CIPC, they're registered there. So we are going forward, we will be using the Biz Portal platform to allow for businesses that log into that portal to also register with the information regulator while they're on there. They don't have to go to our portal, so they can utilize the services while they logged in and doing their annual compliance. For an example, they're submitting their annual returns. They will be able to register with the information regulator and do submissions as well. And we're making more services available from the Biz Portal platform. So that should help with ramping up compliance digitally. So I'll allow maybe Mr. Timber to touch on other means of us trying to get people to comply. Thank you.
Okay, before Mr. Dimba, after you, Chair, with your permission, I'll then also give Advocate Buikanyo time to talk about gated communities and direct marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There was a question from Honorable Member Motlala regarding the budget available for public awareness. As the CFO presented earlier, the total budget that we have for public awareness, education, and other related activities is 3.6 million. Of the 3.6 million, 56% is allocated to raising public awareness on the work of the regulator and on PAIA and POPIA as instruments for supporting social justice initiatives. By this I mean we spend this money to go out into all the corners of the country through a program called the Dikopano program, which is essentially about taking the regulator at its highest levels, at the level of the chairperson, the members, and the EXCO, to engage with communities on issues related to access to information and protection of personal information. And accompanying the leadership of the regulator at these Dikopano programs are officials from the core divisions, PAIA and POPIA, basically our case workers or investigators who are available to community members to take on their issues and to provide on-the-ground assistance on whatever complaints that members of the public may wish the regulator to pursue. So it's just one way of ensuring that even those that don't have access to some of the platforms available for submission of requests, they are still able to do so by engaging directly with the regulator through the Dikopano program. There was a question around...
Dimba, can you just give examples of the places that we have been? Because we have taken a deliberate decision that with the little resources that we have, we go out to the very far areas in our country. Can you give an example together with the school for the blind that we went to? Just a few examples.
Absolutely, Chair. So we intentionally avoid the urban centers. We have taken the Dikopano program to 7 of the 9 provinces so far, We are currently organizing a Dekopano in the Northwest by end of June. And another one following will be in the Western Cape, but we've covered all the other 7 provinces. We have gone to places such as Umshwati in KZN, in the Ndwedwe area. We've been to Ratswater, an informal settlement in the Uppington area. We have gone to places in Mpumalanga, in Limpopo. We've gone to Tabanchu in the Free State. So these are the types of places that we go. We intentionally avoid the capitals and the commercial hubs of these provinces, because the idea is to link the work that we do to people's ordinary concerns on the ground, the bread and butter issues, where we say, what does this community struggling with in terms of socioeconomic issues, and then try and link that to how PAIA, for example, can assist those communities in getting the answers they need to address those societal problems that they are confronting. We have now joined hands with the Department of Basic Education, where the department has said they would like us to include school districts in the Dekopano program. So when we go out into the provinces, not only do we engage with communities, local government representatives and provincial government leadership, but also we engage with learners, parents, and school governing bodies on issues of protection of personal information of young people and communities around those schools. But I think the one that the chairperson is referring to is a recent activity we conducted with a school called Civile, which is a school for the deaf in Soweto, where we engaged with young people with disabilities on how they can use some of these instruments that we have at our disposal as the regulator to empower themselves, to sort of place themselves on par with other learners that are not struggling with disabilities like they do. So this is the push that we are making with the little resources that we have as the information regulator. Just to place matters into context, Chairperson, the 1.6 million rands that I indicated is allocated towards raising public awareness. If we were to buy advertising airtime in a commercial TV or radio station, we would only get maybe 3 adverts in a year for a very, very short space of time. This really speaks to the very meager resources that we have to raise awareness about the regulator. However, that's not stopping us from taking ourselves out there and making ourselves available to the public to engage with ourselves directly. I just wanted to speak to the issue of SASSA offices. In terms of engaging with the SASSA ecosystem, we have been running a very lengthy training and capacity building program with SASSA. We've been through to almost every regional office, SASSA office in the country, providing capacity to officials so that they understand how to deal with the requests from members of the public in terms of access to information, but also how to protect the personal information of the SASSA beneficiaries. But that's dealing with the supply side. On the demand side, we have initiated a program of engaging with communities, especially CSOs. A while ago, we engaged with structures such as the Black Sash to also conscientize them around issues of protection of personal information. But it was a once-off engagement. We are planning now to scale up those types of engagements with CSOs so that what we do on the supply side, providing capacity to SASSA, is equaled by what we do on the demand side, so that we enable the communities and the beneficiaries to be able to assert their rights against a structure such as SASSA, and SASSA is able to respond to their obligations in law. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair will allow Advocate Picanho to deal with the issues that you have raised. Advocate Picanho.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members. Thank you very much to you, CEO. Honorable Motlhala raised a few points which I want to deal with. The issue of the trading, insofar as our security compromises, is something that also keeps us awake at night, and we have gone out to do something about it. We have interacted over the last few months with quite a number of government departments relating to the issue of training. We have gone to, off the top of my head, correctional services that we've interacted with. But further to this, we had a coordinated approach in dealing with this, and we interacted with the Department of Public Service Association, DPSA, sorry, and what they then had said is that they would go out to all the other departments and ensure that they convene a particular forum, so where we would then have all these divisions there, so all these departments there, so that we could highlight some of the challenges that we have. But we had a very successful interaction with them, where we highlighted our concerns relating to non-compliance with POPI, and specifically with condition number 7. And this condition is the one that if you don't have the adequate or reasonable organizational and technical measures, you are bound to have a security compromise. And this is something that we highlighted to the divisions. They are still to come back to us. Mr. Mazibin, our ICT division, was also very instrumental in that particular session. I want to, for the benefit of the members, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members, if I could just highlight some of the complaints that have come to us, the numbers, so that with the challenges in the capacity that we are having, and maybe even the resources. During the 2023-2024 financial year, we received 1,044 complaints in our complaints division. And out of this, we finalized 891. Now, I need to hasten to say that we only have 8 investigators, 8 staff members in the complaints and investigation subdivision. And the turnover is quite high because the chairperson of the regulator highlighted the fact that we are competing with the private sector insofar as the resources are concerned. And because the private sector is paying slightly better than we are paying, they are poaching our staff members. Now, within this year, the 2024-2025 financial year, we had we already have 1,355 matters. We have already finalized 654 of these matters with the capacity that we have. If we turn to security compromises, Honorable Motlhala correctly pointed out that this is an area that is of concern, and it's also an area, Honorable Motlhala, of an area that really concerns us. In the 2023-2024 financial year, we received 1,227 security compromises. And out of this, we established a cross-functional team in order to deal with this. And out of this, we were able to finalize 1,362 of these security compromises. In the 2024-2025 financial year, we have already received 2,374. We have finalized 989 of these security compromises. The point that is being made, honorable members, is that even with these challenges that we are continuing to have insofar as capacity is concerned and resources are concerned, we have been able to stretch ourselves as a regulator to be able to finalize these matters that are coming in, so that we don't have these matters that are pending. But as the chairperson of the regulator rightfully pointed out, that this is a matter that probably requires some sort of forum where the issues will be addressed, and where we can find a solution to all these security compromises that are continuing to come in. Because our concern also as a regulator is the level of compliance by the public entities vis-a-vis the private entities. We find that with the private entities, there's generally an improved compliance insofar as our act is concerned. The other issue that Honorable Mohlala raised is the direct marketing. You are quite correct. This is an area also, Honorable Mohlala, that keeps us awake. And that is the reason why we went out to issue a guidance note so that we could guide the data subjects out there and even responsible parties on the application of the Act, specifically in relation to direct marketing. The members would probably know that we have issued a fine recently against FT REMS, a responsible party called FT REMS. But there are matters that are currently in the system that we are continuing to investigate. But there was an area of concern also, and this area proved to be a little bit of a challenge for us as a regulator, in that there was an overlap in our mandate with that of the NCC, the National Consumer Commission. And this prompted a meeting between the two bodies, ourselves and the NCC, in order for us to be able to thresh out the issues with regard to this particular overlap. The members would probably be aware that the National Consumer Protection Act provides for this for something called the preemptive block. And in their they still do not have, the NCC still does not have regulations in place that operationalizes this. And there was then that lacuna between where the mandate of the NCC ends vis-a-vis our mandate as the information regulator. And they have committed to fast track this and ensure that the Minister of DTI promulgates the regulations. But the consensus in the meeting that we had a few weeks ago was that we would come in at a point where the complainants have not consented or had not registered a preemptive block, and those would be the matters that we would investigate. Some of the matters are in the pipeline, and we want to fast track these matters because we are aware of the huge outcry relating to direct marketing, and this is something that we want to address as the information regulator. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Just issue on dedicated communities, Advocate Bikanyo.
Apologies for that. There are actually two questions that I omitted. Apologies for that, Chairperson of the session. There was a question from Honorable Klopper relating to the number of enforcement notices that we've issued and the infringement notices and the gated communities. We've issued enforcement notices in relation to the Department of Justice, Department of Basic Education, DISCAM, TransUnion, WhatsApp, and the first subs matter. The chairperson of the regulator did make mention of the fact that the repeat conduct by the South African Police Service. So we have subs 1 and subs 2. So the one that we are referring to is subs 1. And I've already spoken about FT REMS. We've also issued one against Blowback and Lancet Laboratories and the IEC. Equally, out of this, we then issued a fine infringement notice that includes or encompasses a fine to DOJ. The Deputy Minister has already alluded to this. I'm not going to provide more information on this. Department of Basic Education, IEC, FT REMS, and there would be an additional, the one latest one that we have now issued in the course of this week on Lancet Laboratories. So those are the enforcement notices and the infringement notices that we've issued. And just generally, because there was an issue of compliance that was asked, what we do is, as soon as we've issued these enforcement notices, then the compliance division of the compliance division of within POPIA would then ensure that it tracks. Remember that the members would know that when an enforcement notice is issued, it is issued with certain orders. These orders, and there are time frames within which to comply with these orders. So there would be tracking of those orders and to ensure that the responsible party complies with these orders. So for instance, if the regulator says there are certain things that have to be done within 60 days. If they are not done within the 60 days provided for in the enforcement notice, then what would happen is that we would then go to the next stage. At the expiry of that period, then a report will be generated, which would go to the members, and an infringement notice will then be issued by the regulator. I hope that clarifies that. Then the next question that was asked was in relation to the gated communities, the code of conduct for the gated communities. It is indeed correct that in terms of Section 60, we can, as a regulator, issue a code of conduct within a specific industry. The code of conduct really provides more specific guidance on how to implement the POPIA principles and the requirements in a particular context or within a particular sector. Now, what is it that we are trying to address as a regulator in issuing a code of conduct? For the specific one related to gated communities, we are looking at the proper handling of the proper processing of the personal information. So we want to ensure that all the personal information that is collected at the gated communities, such as your visitors' details, is handled in accordance with the principles of POPIA. And equally, we want to ensure that that particular personal information is limited only to the collection of personal information that is necessary for the purpose of access control. And also the most important thing is that we need to ensure that the responsible party has adequate security measures in place to protect the personal information from unauthorized access, loss, or theft. Now, Honorable Klopper, you were correct. And what was then projected was the fact that we had intended to issue this code of conduct, and it was divided into quarters. So in one of the quarters, we would then start developing this, and it would culminate in us going through the internal structures, also approving the code, and then eventually there would be consultation before this code is issued, and then eventually, and in the last code, there would be approval of this particular code. We have taken cognizance of the fact that this is something that has also led to huge outcry from the members of the public, and that is the reason why we have decided to issue this code of conduct. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, there are quite a number of questions that we have not been able to respond to, and I promise that we will finish the responses in writing within the time frame that you will give to us. But let me say something that is also a trend. The enforcement powers of the information regulator, both in POPIA and PAIA, are binding, which means that you can only ignore our orders if you challenge them in court. So what tends to happen, what we are seeing now, is that everyone now is going to court, even where we are saying information should be released after we investigate a PAIA complaint, whether it's against the RTMC or the Department of Forestry, then everybody now is saying we are going to court to challenge your decisions. And that also is going to put a lot of pressure on our budget in terms of legal costs. So I just want to put this on the table because it's one of the trends that we are seeing emerging in our country. And maybe the last point is on consultants, because I'm one of the people who do not believe in consultants. I always say this to my colleagues that we have hired people and people should actually do the work that they have been employed to do. So we most of the money that we pay for what could be regarded as consultants is really payment of members of the Enforcement Committee. The Enforcement Committee is a committee which looks at our complaints and issue orders. And the Enforcement Committee is made up of independent experts in the legal profession and other professions, and most of the money that we pay to outsiders really goes to members of the enforcement committee. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Information Regulator and the team. Unfortunately, we have run out of time in respect of the issues that ought to be ironed out, but I think the chair of the regulator is making a progressive suggestion that you are going to be able to respond to every other issues in writing, and the given time, Chair, to that is within 7 days, 7 working days, for us to receive written responses in the issues that would have come out of the meeting. Of course, we know, Chair, that you are in the entities that report to our committee. You have the smallest budget. The second smallest is the Human Rights Commission. But I think we appreciate the fact that with the small budget that you have, you are able to make progress in a number of aspects. And in particular, you are able to ensure that the budget that we have been appropriated is actually spent into completion. Because that's part of what we always track, that we can't be passing budget and institutions fail to spend that budget into completion. And we know that in the last year, you would have done your 100% spending, and this year you only have 2% underspending. I think that's one aspect that we want to encourage you on and congratulate you on, and wish you to say you must ensure that each and every cent that is appropriated to the regulator is actually spent as planned. We'll await, Chair, your submissions on the Popia and Paia amendments to the Department of Justice. We have always had a way of collaborating our legislative programs between ourselves and the Department of Justice to ensure that we don't work in silos, but rather we collaborate our legislative program, because whatever is done in the department is ultimately intended to reach the legislative arm of government to ensure that those amendments are effected properly. Welcome the 18% budget increase, and wish that it can actually be of assistance in terms of assisting you in the transitional period, which also will be marked with its own challenges, but will be here as the committee to give you much more support that is needed. And we have also committed that immediately when we are done with the budget votes, we'll consolidate a report and we'll request that we have a meeting with the appropriations committee to speak on to how best can we assist all the entities that have got serious budget for shortfalls in terms of executing their mandates, and try to argue for more budget. So we have already agreed on that. We have noted the same trajectory in some of the entities that have already came for issues of budget. We currently have got a problem in respect of the law governing interception of communication. RICA was declared long ago unconstitutional by Concord. We're given 36 months as Parliament to amend or cure the defect. We did. The parliamentary process, and the bill was sent to President for assent, and it got delayed in the presidency until last week, November, where we only received reservations from the president. And unfortunately, at the time when we received reservations, the the period we were given by Concord to cure the 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 legislation had expired, and the reading in provisions have expired, but the president has made an application. We're attending to issues of RICA because we understand that it may give you some problems if interception of communication is actually not governed in the country. I think we are going to do two things, which is one, we're going to call you, Chair, and the regulator to come and make a presentation uh, uh, on the transitional period with its needed funding and its comprehensive plan so that we deal with that item decisively. It should not be overclouded by some other issues. I think it's very important so that we're able to trace correctly if you are indeed ready to attain the Schedule 3A status. So we are going to call that meeting as soon as possible. The issue of vacancies, I can assure you, Chair of the regulator, that we have already written a letter to the Speaker to allow us to start the process. But in the meantime, we have said to the Secretariat that they must be ready with the advertisement so that immediately when we get a thumbs up from the Speaker of the National Assembly, we therefore will kickstart the advertisement process so that we don't become lazy on it, and as such cost you if you even indicate the fact that it's becoming difficult to even meet a quorum. That may direly affect your operations as the regulator. I think part of the issues that we have noted is the issue that you would like us to help with the increase of the budget. As I've said, we're planning to meet with the Appropriations Committee after this process, and also the increase on access and visibility of the commission of the regulator is very important, so that people of South Africa are aware that there is a regulator that is meant to attend to their issues. Some are suffering cyber crimes, as the DM was saying. We've got a private members bill that proposes that we amend the constitution and establish a cyber crimes commission. We're still attending to that as well. So there are a lot of things that may be relative to the work that the regulator is doing that we're doing. With those words, thank you very much, Chair of the Regulator. With your team entirely, I think we have tried to cover everything that would have been raised or that arose from members' comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was at least promising in terms of you moving forward to attain a new status. Thank you very much, Chair and the team. DM, thank you very much for staying with us. It's been a long day today for us. We have been here since 9 a.m. And we like the fact that we are always here and you report when you have to get out and you to report when you come back. So it helps because, for us as the committee to understand the relation and the support these entities get from the department is quite very much important, because we always expect that at least the department must play a seriously supportive role to these entities. So we always appreciate that particular matter. Members, it's been a long day for you. You still have to go to the house, but at least we have been able to cover a lot of work as it relates to budget votes. So I think what's left for us now is the housework. We have been able to cover all the entities, and we have been able to amend, enhance, and react in every presentation that has been tabled. And for that, members, we also thank you very much for the enriching comments and questions that have been helping this presentation. And in turn, it's not about us helping the entities or the departments, but it's about us ensuring that the best is done for the people of South Africa. Thank you very much, members. With that being said, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
And
Yes, Chair.
a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.
Hey, wagqibela kudala ukutsho Mr. Tsodits.
No, you have not been doing well.
Stopped. Hey, ngitshware nge-fever, man. Hey.
No, but I'll drink medication, chair.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Sure.
Ah.